Memories bring back your
Have you ever heard of STEM? STEM stands for Science, Technology, Engineering, and Mathematics. These 4 subjects are important in the education world. So what's going on here? These days, the education world is facing the vast development of science and technology. Every individuals are expected to be able to overcome challenges of the 21st century critically and creatively. Therefore, STEM is needed to be introduced to students, teachers, as well as the society. So how do we reach this goal? STEM Village. SEAMEO, collaborating with the Center for Development and Empowerment.
Thank you.
The Honorable, the Director of SEAMEO Secretariat, represented by Dr. Kamaleswaran Jayaraja, the Research, Evaluation and Assessment Specialist SEAMEO Secretariat Thailand. The Honorable, the Director of SEAMEO Regional Center for QITEP in Mathematics, Dr. Sumardiono. The Honorable Dr. Diki Susanto, the keynote speaker of this symposium. The Honorable Dr. Melianti, the plenary speaker of this symposium.
Honorable the Head of Professional Development Center for Educator in Special Region of Yogyakarta, BBKPDIY, Dr. Adi Wijaya. Honorable the Head of Center for Quality Assurance Development of Vocational Education in Arts and Culture, who is represented by Mr. Masruhan Budianto. Honorable the Head of Education Quality Assurance Center in Special Region of Yogyakarta, who is represented by Dr. Arwan Rifai. Honorable the invited guests from SEAMEO Center Indonesia. Honorable the prominent keynote speakers, moderator, presenters, participants, ladies and gentlemen.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace and prosperity be upon us all. Om Swastiastu, Nama Budaya, greetings of virtue. Good morning from Yogyakarta, Indonesia.
Allow us to extend our warmest welcome to the opening ceremony of the 7th International Symposium on Mathematics Education and Innovation, Transforming Education by Reimaging Numeracy Learning, today, the 5th of October 2022.
Ladies and gentlemen, allow us to introduce ourselves. My name is Lelidian Puspita.
And my name is Yoga Utama. It is an honor for us to be your master ceremony in today's event.
This event is organized by the SEAMEO Regional Center for QITEP in Mathematics, or often shortened to SEAMEO. As one of regional centers under the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology of the Republic of Indonesia, SEAMEO has conducted several courses, training, workshops, symposiums, and research to address the latest issues in mathematics education.
Ladies and gentlemen, SEAMEO is a biennial event initiated by SEAMEO Regional Center for QITEP in Mathematics. The program aims to foster the exchange of innovative and ideas and strategies for mathematics teaching and learning. This international forum also provides an opportunity for mathematics educators to foster collaboration and partnership.
To start today's opening ceremony is Indonesia Raya National Anthem and continued by SEAMEO colors. Ladies and gentlemen in this room, please rise.
Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, we are presenting you the SEAMEO song, Building the Future. Please enjoy.
It's time to open our eyes to a bright and promising future. We'll rise to the call of the times and create a stronger tomorrow. Let's start to make a difference, teaching everyone to learn through science, health and technology. We will share our expertise by promoting knowledge and policies. We can build a better world. Let us take a stand for our visions alone, making future plans for the people to grow in a life filled with happiness and green. Here at SEAMEO, building the future is our legacy. We'll achieve our goals through partnership, creating opportunities. By working hand in hand, we can accomplish all our dreams. For a better quality of life is now within our reach. Let us take a stand for our visions alone, making future plans for the people to grow in a life filled with happiness
Ladies and gentlemen, we kindly invite the Symposium Chairman to deliver the committee report. Mr. Suhananto, the floor is yours.
The Honorable Director of SEAMEO QITEP in Mathematics, Dr. Sumardiana, the Honorable Keynote Speaker, Dr. Diki Susanto, Honorable the invited and keynote speakers of the 7th SEAMEO, Honorable the Head of Professional Development Center for Educators in Special Region of Yogyakarta, Dr. Adi Wijaya, Honorable the Head of Center for Quality Assurance, Development of Vocational Education in Arts and Culture, who is represented by Mas Rukan Budianto, Honorable the Head of Education Quality Assurance Center in Special Region of Yogyakarta, who is represented by Dr. Arwan Rifai, Honorable the Board of Director of SEAMEO Center Indonesia, esteemed presenters, moderators, participants, and SEAMEO colleagues. Farewell, good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm very happy to see you all here and welcome you to the 7th International Symposium on Mathematics Education and Innovation, Transforming Education by Reimagining Numeracy Learning, 5-6 October here at Aula Ki Hajar Dewantara, Professional Development Center for Educators in Special Region of Yogyakarta, or Balai Besar Guru Penggerak Provinsi Daerah Istimewa Yogyakarta, Indonesia, and virtually via Zoom. First of all, I'd like to deliver my deepest appreciation for your enthusiasm to participate in this symposium. Numeracy has become the current buzzword in the world of Indonesian mathematics education, since the Ministers of Education, Culture, Research, and Technology of the Republic of Indonesia, or Kemendikbudristek, launched the Minimum Competency Assessment, or Assessment Competency Minimum Program. Together with literacy, numeracy is the minimum competency measured in the AKM. This policy is expected to foster a learning culture that places students as the main focus, as well as the shift of the paradigm from simple teaching the content to developing the student competence in a constructive and adaptive manner. Therefore, teachers need to continue developing innovative work related to the application of numeracy to become the best practices that can be applied in mathematics learning. One of the efforts in supporting teachers always to innovate, SEAMEO conduct the 7th International Symposium on Mathematics Education and Innovation with the theme Transforming Education by Reimagining Numeracy Learning. The symposium is supported by Professional Development Center for Educators in Special Region of Yogyakarta, or Balai Besar Guru Penggerak Provinsi Daerah Istimewa Yogyakarta, and sponsored by Canisius Publisher. This international seminar aims to provide an international platform for practitioners, policymakers, stakeholders in the field of education on mathematics to share ideas and experiences, learn new knowledge and good practices, and disseminate the latest result. Contribute to the topic of numeracy, especially in Southeast Asia region, and build and expand academic cooperation network at the international level. In this symposium, we have two invited speakers, Dr. Rahmadi Widiharto, the Director of Primary Education Teachers and Education Personnel, Ministry of Education, Culture, Research, and Technology of the Republic of Indonesia, who is represented by Dr. Melianti, and Dr. Kamaliswaran Jayaraja from SEAMEO Secretariat, Thailand. We also have 5 keynote speakers. There are Jeff Todd from Australian Council for Education Research, Australia, Dr. Diki Susanto from Kelvin Institute of Technology, Indonesia, Professor Kees Fulken from University of Applied Science, Utrecht, the Netherlands, Professor Trina L. Wilkerson from National Council of Teachers of Mathematics USA, and Professor Alison Clark Wilson from UCL Knowledge Laboratory, University College London, United Kingdom. I'd like to inform you that among us here, we have 100 offline participants, and one of them is teachers from the Philippines. And more than 400 online participants coming from Indonesia, Australia, Bulgaria, Colombia, Philippines, Malaysia, and United States. Ladies and gentlemen, in this opportunity, let me provide you some information about the agenda of the symposium. The first day of symposium, we will have one session of plenary session, two sessions of keynote speakers, and two parallel sessions. And the second day of the symposium, we will start with keynote address and followed by the rest of the parallel session and workshop until the last day of the symposium. Ladies and gentlemen, to give our best service, the committee has managed anything related to the symposium. Please do not hesitate to contact us when you find any difficulty. Before coming to a close of this report, I'd like to remind you to get pleasure in the 7th International Symposium on Mathematics Education and Innovation, which is supported by BBJP, Daerah Istimewa Yogyakarta, and sponsored by Canisius Publisher. I sincerely hope you will enjoy today and the next day's discussion and networking. Thank you for your appreciation. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Suhananto. Ladies and gentlemen, we are delighted to invite to the podium the Director of SEAMEO QITEP in Mathematics to deliver the opening remark and officially open the 7th May 2022. Dr. Sumardiono, the floor is yours.
Honorable invited speakers, all keynote speakers and moderators of the 7th May, Honorable the Head of Professional Development Center for Educators in Special Region of Yogyakarta Province, Dr. Adi Wijaya, Honorable the Head of Center for Quality Assurance Development of Vocational Education in Arts and Culture, represented by Mr. Masrukan Dianto. Thank you very much. Honorable of the Head of Education Quality Insurance Centers in Special Region of Yogyakarta or Daerah Istimewa Yogyakarta, who is represented by Dr. Awan Rifai. Honorable the Board of Directors of SEAMEO Centers Indonesia, esteemed papers and poster presenters, participants, and SEAMEO College. Very well, good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It's a great pleasure for me to welcome you to Aula Ki Hajar Dewantara, Professional Development Centers for Educators in Special Region of Yogyakarta Province, or Balai Besar Guru Penggerak Provinsi Daerah Istimewa Yogyakarta, Indonesia, on 7th the International Symposiums on Mathematics Education and Innovation, or SEAMEO, Transforming Education by Reimagining Numeracy Learning. This event is being supported by Professional Development Center for Educators, or BBGP Yogyakarta Province. Thank you very much, Dr. Adi Wijaya, and also sponsored by Canisius Publisher. I also feel honored and extend my deep appreciation to the distinguished keynotes, invited speakers, moderators, paper presenters, and participants of this event. The center also would like to thank the Minister of Education, Culture, Research, and Technology, SEAMEO Secretariat, invited guests from SEAMEO sister centers, stakeholders, and all mathematics teachers and educators in Southeast Asia and beyond for the endless support. Ladies and gentlemen, as the information, today's event is attended by 100 offline participants and 400 online participants. They will be facilitated by overseas keynotes, invited speakers, and also workshops. We believe today and tomorrow will be great days for all of us to attend this event. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this event aims to foster the exchange of innovative ideas and strategies for numeracy learning in Southeast Asia and beyond. We wish this event could provide teachers and other concerned parties with insight on numeracy. In addition, it is highly expected that the participants could foster collaboration and also partnership from this event. Even though the event is conducted in hybrid mode, we hope it can run smoothly and will be valuable and meaningful for everyone who is participating in this program. Actually, we have provided the rule and protocol during this international symposium. Ladies and gentlemen, after the symposium, especially for the offline participant, as the opportunity that you have come to the special region of Yogyakarta, as we know that always called by as the educators, province, yeah, or cultures, cities. May you have opportunity to visit other heritage in Yogyakarta. We have many heritage in Yogyakarta. And please enjoy the 2 days event and by reciting Bismillahirrahmanirrahim or Basmalah, I declare the 7th International Symposium on Mathematics Education and Innovation, Transforming Education by Reimagining Numeracy Learning, officially open. Finally, we wish you good luck and fruitful symposium. Please stay safe, stay healthy, and stay connected with SEAMEO. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Sumardiano, for delivering the opening remark and to formally open this symposium. Ladies and gentlemen, this means that our symposium is officially opened. And now we will have the photo sessions for the offline and virtual attendees.
For those who are present virtually, we invite all attendees to turn on your camera and put your best smile in a few seconds.
For the offline attendees, we are pleased to invite to the stage the Board of Directors of SEAMEO, the Head of Professional Development Center for Educators in Special Region of Yogyakarta, the Head of Education Quality Assurance Center in Special Region of Yogyakarta, the Head of Center for Quality Assurance Development of Vocational Education in Arts and Culture, the keynote speaker, plenary speaker, the organizing committee to join the photo sessions on the stage.
For the first session of the photo group, we are pleased to invite also the virtual attendees and the invited guests to the first photo session.
Once again, we invite all virtual attendees to turn on the camera and put your best smile in a few seconds. Thank you. Please be ready, everyone. 1, 2, 3. On the next slide. One, two, three. Once again, for virtual attendees, we are inviting you to turn on the camera and put your best smile in 10 seconds. So please be ready for the next presentation. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the invited guests. You may return to your seat. And we have the second photo session with the offline participants in this hall.
We kindly invite the offline participants who present in this hall to please stand up. Same as the virtual attendees, for the offline attendees, please put your best smile for this photo session. One, two, three. Once again. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much. Thank you. You may return to your seats. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of the opening ceremony of the 7th SEAMEO SEAMEO Regional Center for QITEP in Mathematics. May we have a round big applause, please? On behalf of SEAMEO, I would like to thank you for attending this opening ceremony. Thank you for the head of Professional Development Center for Educators in Special Region of Yogyakarta, Dr. Adiwi Jaya. Thank you, the head of Education Quality Assurance Center in Special Region of Yogyakarta. Thank you, the head of Center for Quality Assurance Development of Vocational Education in Arts and Culture. Thank you, the Board of Directors SEAMEO Center Indonesia, and thank you for all of the invited guests.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the opening ceremony of the 7th SEAMEO. Thank you very much for your participations, and on behalf of the committee, I would like to apologize for any shortcoming and inconvenience.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll proceed to the plenary session at 9 a.m. So this time for the break for offline attendees or offline participant invited guys. You may have the break. The break will be ready in front of the hall. We will start the plenary session at 9 a.m. So you have around 10 minutes to break.
Please enjoy the break.
Hello, good morning. Anyone can hear me? Hello, good morning. Can I share my slides?
Yeah, sure, Dr. Kamal. You may try
Yes.
to share this.
Could I just share the slides for you to just see whether it's whether you can see?
Mata. Nah ini kayak rekam layar. Kan rekam layar itu. Nah, itu kan oh iya. Bisa cepet ya. Apalah kemarin.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we are proceed to the plenary session. There are three main agendas in today's session. In the morning session, we will have the plenary session for 2 speakers and continued by 2-hour keynote session for 3 keynote speakers. Afterward, we will have a 75 minutes break, followed by parallel session 1 and parallel session 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now proceeding to the main item of today's agenda, which is plenary speaker. For the plenary session, we will have the moderator to lead the session who join us on site at the Ki Hajar Dewantara Hall. We cordially invite Dr. Farida Nurhasana to the stage. Please welcome Dr. Farida Nurhasana.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we start the plenary session, allow me to read the moderator's short biography. Dr. Farida Nur Hasanah is a lecturer from 11 Maret University who has been serving as Deputy Director of Program of SEAMEO since 2020. She pursued her master degree in mathematics education from Indonesian University of Education before obtaining her doctoral degree from the same university in 2018. In 2014, the mother of four was awarded Sandwich-like scholarship in National Institute of Education, Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. For Ibu Farida Nur Hasanah, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yoga. Ladies and gentlemen, all esteemed participants, very good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Wilujeng enjing. Okay. Sugeng enjing. Okay. Saya lupa ya. Sorry, I forgot. Sometimes I use Sundanese or Japanese. Okay, it is an honor for me today to be here as the moderator for the plenary sessions of 2 keynote speakers. The first one is Dr. Kamaleswaran Jayaraja from the SEAMEO Secretariat, Bangkok. And then second one is Dr. Rahmadi Widiharto from the Director of Primary Education Teachers and Education Personnel, Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology Indonesia, which will be represented by Dr. Melianti this morning. But today, we are very lucky because Dr. Melianti, as the representative of Dr. Rahmadi Widiharto, she can attend the session on site. In the first session, actually, in this plenary session, we will start with presentation from the Dr. Kamaleswaran Jayaraja, and then after that, it followed by the presentation from Dr. Melianti. But I would like to invite Dr. Melianti to accompany me into the stage. Please, Dr. Melianti. So I will not be alone here. Okay. Yes, Dr. Meli. Before we start our first plenary session, so please allow me to introduce our distinguished keynote speakers today. The first one, Dr. Kamaleswaran, but I have to say hello first to Dr. Kamaleswaran to check whether we can hear the voice from Bangkok clearly. Hello, Dr. Kamal. Can you hear my voice?
Yeah, loud and clear. Thank you so much for having me here.
Okay, thank you for your attendance today. Hello? Okay. It seems like we have another sounds here. Okay, thank you. Now, please let me introduce Dr. Kamal Eswaran today. Um, Actually, he is the Research Evaluation Assessment Specialist of Southeast Asian Minister of Education Organization, SEAMEO Secretariat in Bangkok since 2022. And his career started in Malaysia civil service spans over a decade, and then he has a very extensive experiences, including working in the Ministry of Education Malaysia, and he also has serviced in the International Relations Department, for which he served for over 4 years, where he has closely worked with international agencies such as UNESCO in the Middle East, African, European, and Asian countries. So he has a great experience in this field. He graduated with a Bachelor of Science Education from the University of Malaysia in 2008, and he got his Master's in Science Education from Sultan Idris Education University from UPSI in 2012, and he completed his PhD in Science Education from University of Malaya in 2017. Which he received the Ryoichi Sasakawa Young Leader Fellowship Scholarship Awards. Wow. So that's our first keynote speakers. And before we start with Dr. Kamal, Dr. Kamal today will talk about the children learning in 6 Southeast Asia based on the CPLM 2019 assessment mathematical literacy. But now please allow me to introduce our second keynote speakers. He is Dr. Rahmadi Widiharto. Actually, he is the Director of Primary Education Teacher and Education Personnel from the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research, and Technology Indonesia. But before that, he served as the head of Program and Information Division at P40K Mathematics. He obtained his master's degree from New York, Mexico State University in 1999, and he finished his doctorate in Yogyakarta State University in 2016. His career at 450Ks began as the Widya Iswara, or as a trainer, since 2003. And then he became head of the Program and Information Division since 2017. Today, Dr. Melianti will represent his speech about the policy in numeracy by the Ministry of Education of Indonesia. And Dr. Melianti profile, so I would like to introduce her also. He has worked at the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research, and Technology since 2001, and including at the Vocational Education Development Center for Business and Tourism for the 5 years at the Directorate General for Improving the Quality of Educators and Education Personnel. And since 2015, she has been at the Directorate General for Teachers and Education Personnel. And currently, she is a young policy analyst at the Directorate for Basic Education Teachers. So she is the right person to represent Mr. Rahmadi. Yeah. She finished her study at the University of Canberra for doctorate degree, majoring in human resource development, and the University of Indonesia for her master degree in management. So in the first plenary sessions, I will give the first opportunity to Dr. Kamal to present your presentation first, and after that, it follows by Dr. Melianti. we will finish at 9. Okay, at 9. We start at 9:10 right now. Yeah, right? Until 10. Now, without further ado, please, the screens is yours, Dr. Kamal.
Okay, very good morning. Can everyone see my slide?
Yes.
Yes, Mr.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much. Okay, very good morning to all distinguished and respected guests. Thank you so much, the chairperson, speakers, teachers, students, and audience. First and foremost, thank you so much for the organizers for having me here. It is certainly a grateful feeling to participate here on behalf of my director, Dr. Ethel. And please allow me to share some of our findings or ideas on how we can expand mathematics, especially across our region. So the title today that I would love to share is Expanding the Southeast Asia Primary Learning Matrix, CPLM Assessment and Beyond. Probably teachers out there might not have heard this because this has not been administrated in all the countries, only a few countries, and now the countries is actually depreciating. Not all the countries are actually in line with CPLM. That is why we decided to present CPLM here in this arena for enlightening all the participants to actually know what is CPLM and what exactly CPLM does in the regional activities. Okay. CPLM is actually, ladies and gentlemen, is a regional learning assessment and a capacity building program designed by and for Southeast Asia countries to improve relevant and equitable learning outcomes for students in basic education, not higher education, but basic education. CPLM supports member countries, all the Southeast Asian countries, in developing robust learning assessment systems and monitoring student learning outcomes for equitable and meaningful education for all children across the region. For everyone, this assessment is actually for everyone. CPLM 2019 used tests to collect valid and reliable data on children's level on proficiency in reading, writing, and mathematics. Okay, allow me to share with you some of the strategic plan of 2021-2025 CPLM assessment. The CPLM assessment encompasses 3 key pillars: Pillar 1, Pillar 2, and Pillar 3. Pillar 1 is to generate comparative data, indicators, and analysis on learning outcomes and context in basic education. This one is apparently been funded by UNICEF. Pillar 2 is strengthening collaboration and exchanges to improve system, school levels policy, and practice in basic education. This one is under us, SEAMEO. Pillar 3 is also under us, promote and improve the technical capacity and the use of evidence. So these are the summary of this program on how we can actually capitalize this to help our students across our region. This is our model, ladies and gentlemen. If you can see this encompasses all our networks, how we work on this. This is actually a model or framework or a benchmark on how we can actually capitalize and move forward the CPLM and encourage more countries to participate in this regional assessment. This program is actually steered under a robust partnership between SEAMEO, us, UNICEF, and interested Southeast Asian countries, ministers, whoever are interested in this, to enhance and to provide mentors and individual experts to support the various fields of expertise and activities the program covers. So this pretty much covers everything, whatever we would like to do, whatever we want to do, whatever we are looking forward to do in order to uplift the quality of our students, especially in science and maths across our region. So what do we expect from CPLM? What do we want from CPLM? So better learning outcomes through regional collaboration. Ladies and gentlemen, we can't work by ourselves because being a ex-teacher, I was a teacher as well. I was teaching chemistry in few schools back in my country. And we need to collaborate. Even in classrooms, we collaborate. even with the schools, we have to collaborate with other teachers. So what more when it comes to regional collaboration? That is why SEAMEO is here today to enlighten all the teachers, to explain that we can't work by ourselves, but we have to work together in order to achieve something impactful, not just for our classrooms, not just for our schools, but we also have to start seeing beyond that. So in 2012, the SEAMEO and UNICEF initiated this regional assessment to assess and monitor students' knowledge, skills, acquisition, and further improve the quality of primary education in Southeast Asia. So this was the main reason why UNICEF has helped SEAMEO in order to initiate this assessment. That's how it started. So what happened was ASEAN and SEAMEO also joined CPLM. After that, ASEAN also joined CPLM to enhance CPLM by participating in the regional assessment and contributing to its governance structure and regional network. So the regional network is extremely crucial, ladies and gentlemen, teachers and students, because without any type of cooperation, it is merely impossible for us to achieve anything solid to uplift. So the CPLM program transpired during the cooperation between SEAMEO and UNICEF to improve the quality of our education through regional collaboration. So UNICEF, SEAMEO, ASEAN, and we are also hoping more substantial help from other countries. We are hoping Indonesia will also join CPLM in the near future, because in line with the SEAMEO 7 priorities area 2015 to 2035, with the support of education ministers in the region, CPLM's inclusion in ASEAN Education Work Plan 2016 and 2020 further signifies its role as one of the key mechanisms to help achieve the regional goal of enhancing equitable opportunities to qualify or quality education and learning outcomes. So this is why we are actually doing this. We hope to have better learning outcomes, particularly in schools, particularly in our South Asian countries, because if you see, even in higher education, the number of publication has substantially decreased. It has decreased a lot. And for your information, ladies and gentlemen, Vietnam is undoubtedly increasing the level of publication, especially in science and maths. Publication actually is crucial. It's very, very crucial, ladies and gentlemen, because it shows and signifies how much effort are we doing in our respective countries in the eye of global, in the eye of regional. So if the publication decreases, that means that whether we like it or not, we have to acknowledge that the level of quality that we are looking forward to uplift is also quite slim. It's also not as much as we expected. We may be a hero in our country. We may be doing very well in our country, but when it comes to the eye of global, to the eye of internationalization, we are still very much backward as compared to other countries. Right now, Vietnam and Singapore are truly marching forward. Actually, it's a surprise that Vietnam, being an agricultural country, that they can move forward this far probably because of the governance. I'm not sure about that, but then they have gone really far in terms of publications, in terms of basic education as well. This is something that I would love to share with you to show that what's exactly happening with our neighboring countries. So what is new in CPLM 2024? This is something that we want to look forward. Building on the success of CPLM 2019, the new round of assessment CPLM 2024 will continue to transform into a more sustainable program for delivering comparative students' learning trends over time through cyclic rounds of implementation and boosting policy engagement and collaboration. So we have cyclic rounds of implementation. We do not implement once for all. We have rounds of brainstorming workshops, technical workshops. We always look forward to meet with representatives from other countries to engage with them on how the curriculum of their respective countries could be implemented, could be embedded into the assessment in order to boost the policy exchange. And of course, it always comes back to collaboration. So CPLM 2024 will present new opportunities for engaging stakeholders, forging partnerships, motivating new countries to participate, improving the efficiency of the operating model. So we are looking forward to have more countries. So for the second round, the participating countries of CPLM are Cambodia, Laos, PDR, Malaysia, Myanmar, Philippines, and Vietnam. We are also hopeful, and we truly believe that Thailand and Timor-Leste could also engage with the CPLM. Of course, in this arena, I would love to have Indonesia, Brunei as well to join the joint force in making sure that the CPLM is equally as standard as Teams and PISA, especially for our regional, because we have to be united within our regional before we even look forward to march or to engage with other countries, because with the neighboring countries, we have to be strong first, strong allies before we even look forward to have more engagements and collaborations and cooperations and networks with other countries. We believe that we should stand together in order to upgrade our education level in the ASEAN country or Asian country by itself. So CPLM partners, allow me that I'm showing all this to you, ladies and gentlemen, teachers. I'm showing that we are not working by ourselves. It is not merely a SEAMEO program, but it's actually a regional program, no doubt that the main focal person is SEAMEO. So for CPLM 2024, the program has mobilized substantial technical and financial regional resources through ASEAN Secretariat and ASEAN Republic of Korea Cooperation Fund, AKCF, UNICEF, SEAMEO Secretariat, and we hope to have supports from the South Asian education ministers. So the fund practically comes from the South Korea, channeled into ASEAN, and ASEAN being the donor distributes the money to SEAMEO. And SEAMEO makes sure that the program is being held pretty well and reports to ASEAN and also South Korea that we are doing a pretty job, and we would love to continue this program because it is paramount in strengthening the CPLM relevance and sustainability in fostering regional cohesion. And of course, we would love to continue to improve the assessment to ensure that no students are left behind. We want all students, regardless their race, religion, background, poor or rich, able, disabled, could always look forward to have an opportunity to study and have equity in basic education, hopefully to the maximum in the region. So the role of CPLM learning assessment is critical, especially for the post-pandemic, because the learning assessments are vital in supporting learning recovery. So we are also looking forward to have a model for learning recovery. Right now, we have a learning recovery, if not mistaken, from UNICEF, and that has been a model for everyone. But within the region, we are still looking forward to build learning recovery also. But through CPLM, we hope to have more impactful, outcomes. Okay, this is what SEAMEO does. So SEAMEO, being a champion for basic education, we have 7 priorities altogether here. But lately, we are focusing also in priority 6, which is promoting and harmonization in higher education and research. So we are looking to venture on this, and that is why we believe it has to start from scratch, which is basic education. So we can't achieve much in higher education if we are not truly promoting for the quality for basic education itself. This is some of our strategic plan 2021-2030. This is just at a glance, my dear participants and teachers. This is what we are focusing. If you can see to your right hand side, I know if it's quite a lot, you can just see the education, science and culture. So previously, for many years ago, we were focusing on education, solely on education. We were the champions of looking into education for the Southeast Asia. But lately, we are also engaging in science and culture itself. Science and culture is also a huge component that we need to look into, because they are also driving factors for education in Southeast Asia, because we are lingual and multicultural nations that we have here. So we have to look into the plight of all nations, all people across the region, in order to make sure that everyone gets the quality for education. So these are some of our highlights that we have done. So on the September 8th, the Ministry of Education Sports, Lao PDR has officially joined again for the second round of CPLM 2024 through a memorandum of understanding with us, with the SEAMEO Secretariat. So they are officially with us for the second round. On August 5th, 2022, SEAMEO Secretariat Director, Deputy Minister, Ministry of Education, Vietnam, signed a letter of engagement agreeing to co-implement this CPLM 5-year strategic plan, including the CPLM 2024 survey. So Vietnam is also officially with us. On May 2nd, we, SEAMEO Secretariat and Department of Education Philippines has also committed to the second phase or the next phase of CPLM program. So these are some of our highlights and achievements in this assessment. There are countries who are confident with this assessment. There are countries who believe that assessment is crucial in terms of looking into all the plights that we are facing in Southeast Asia. We have a lot of challenges that we need to face, but together we can certainly assess and move forward, at least to be par between us before we look beyond beyond Southeast Asia. So this is some of our what we call outcome on what we have seen based on the CPLM first assessment. So these are the reasons, some of the reasons why students are better for higher reading, writing, mathematics scores. They are associated with a home environment that fosters learning through higher levels of parental engagement and access to books at home. So home becomes a crucial what you call reason in Southeast Asia, because we are very home oriented. Now, doesn't matter if your children are studying in boarding school, but they are always thinking of home. They're always thinking of their parents, because home is always a heaven for everyone, particularly in Southeast Asia. And this differs in the West, because as you know that most of them at the age of young age, they leave home and they move to other their own self, they rent their own apartment and they stay by themselves, which is also good in a way that they can be extremely independent. But in Southeast Asia, the tradition of being at home, the tradition of being a home is actually a crucial environment for young children. So we have to capitalize on that. But the second thing is that the positive feelings and attitudes towards school. Not all schools are equipped with good chairs and tables. If you go to certain countries, even in Southeast Asia, they don't even have tables and chairs. They don't even have so many basic necessities that other countries have. So because the number of population is huge, and you have to look into a comprehensive plan in order to have such overall situation that you can help to uplift these schools. So having a sense of belonging, this is also an important feeling for Southeast Asian children. They have to have a sense of belonging, making friends with ease, feeling safe, and learning useful things at school. So now here is a huge barrier for us, which is language. We all love our mother tongue. We all believe that mother tongue is one of our identity to ensure that it doesn't disappear in thin air. We believe that probably capitalizing on our mother tongue helps to maintain our what we call perseverance in order to do not forget ourselves, especially as time passes by. But this here's one thing that we shouldn't be intimidated of capitalizing on learning English, on maximizing the usage of this international language, because in time to come, English has to be known or learned, or has to be used by most students out there. Because if you want to compete with other countries, if you want to compete in an international standard, the language of English is extremely crucial, my dear ladies and gentlemen. So this is where, if the children wants to make friends with ease, they have to start using English at a very beginning, at a very young age, not after they're 18 years old, or not after they're 25 years old, or not when they're doing their thesis in the university, or not they're doing their PhD, or what they call doing their masters. No, it doesn't start there. You have to start at a very young age, and it has to start from home. It is not easy, but it is not impossible either. So opportunities to engage in physical activity in community, in public gardens, parks, and sports facilities. This is also a crucial matter, but this is actually similar to the West as well, because even the West love physical activities. So there's not much change we know about this. And access to adequate water, sanitation, and hygiene facilities. So not all states have this luxury of having sanitation and proper water. So we are also looking into this. Being a young country, Timor-Leste, UNICEF is also helping them. But however, it takes time. It may take months, years, even decades. But then we are hoping that they could also be par to other neighboring countries. So, ladies and gentlemen, these are some of the outcomes or reasons why students in Southeast Asia are lower in reading, writing, mathematics. What are actually the reasons besides just educational background? Is the exposure to violence at school. So, gangsterism, violence, bullying is still crucial, and it is still an important factor if you want to see why students cannot focus in schools. Most countries probably, I shouldn't say this, but boarding schools are quite exposed to such a scenario that could lead the students to drop out, could lead to psychological impact that would lead them not to perform in the school arena or feel demotivated. So these are some of the factors that probably teachers, ministries, stakeholders, they couldn't see it because they see it as an overall basis. They just see it, as a slim, its number of percentage is small. But the number of percentage which is small can expand in the future if we do not curb such violence, gangsterism, and bullying in school. So this is something that we must be very prudent. We have to be extremely strict and make some disciplinary measures in order such events doesn't happen in the boarding schools particularly. So involvement in work-related activities that hinder access to engagement in learning, farm work, commercial activities, and physical work. So some of the parents, they have the economic background not as high as the others. So when they do not have enough money or enough financial status, not so good in trading, not so good in investment, what happens is the children have to help the parents to do farm work, commercial activities, and physical labor work. So child labor is also another important factor that we need to look into when we are looking as an overall basis to upgrade the quality of education. What more in science and maths? Lack of adequate nutrition. This is actually true because children love fast food. They love all this type of koropo or this matters that make them feel very happy to eat very crunchy matters. But this is whether rich or poor, all children love such what you call food. So we can't avoid this, but we can try to reduce the number of intake for them, because in the long run, we do not know what is going to happen, because 100 years ago or 200 years ago, or maybe even 60, 70 years ago, the what they call the expandment of fast food such as McD, KFC, Subway, all this wasn't as much as now. Yes.
Excuse me, Dr. Kamal. Yeah,
Yes.
I think that you have 2 minutes left.
Okay. Okay,
Okay,
sure.
thank you.
I'll try to wrap up. Okay. Okay, let's see the ways forward. So the ways forward, ladies and gentlemen, we have to look into several qualities here. We have to see the language barrier that I've already discussed with you. We have to see the diversity of foreign politics, which is not in our hand. We have to look into the lack of higher education recognition, lack of support, culture differences, and neoliberal approach. So neoliberal approach means that the rich gets richer, the poor gets poorer. So this is something also we need to look into Southeast Asia. So these are some of the ultimate challenges that we need to look forward in Southeast Asia. So these are some of our suggestions that before any school plans for anything, please look into the prospect of going digital, of having talent, various type of talents. You have to know that the future of work is going to be hybrid because of the pandemic. The pandemic hasn't done everything bad. The pandemic has actually accelerated the process of online learning and teaching. So, teaching and learning and the future work is going to be hybrid, is something that is here to stay. Online job interviews are also here to stay. So these are some of the things that we need to use or look into before we start doing any planning. Of course, upskilling and the pressure of technology of infrastructure. So every year is going to have a problem or challenge for all the countries to make sure that they are par with the other countries as well in terms of technology and infrastructure. So these are some of my final points. Youth engagement is crucial in terms of Southeast Asia. So please let them be engaged more on employability, seek donors and internal capacity. They have to be seeking donors as well if they are looking forward to work in the corporate field. So these are something that we are lacking in Southeast Asia. Please look into this as well. And this is my final slide, ladies and gentlemen. It is not the strongest or the most intelligent who will survive, but those who can best manage can change the situation. If you have students of 1,000 students in school, do not complain. If you have so many work in school, do not complain. If you have a lot of access of burden that you have to carry on your shoulder, do not complain, but try your level best to swim across the ocean and reach to the destination. Call can best manage change. So change is inevitable. You can't stop change. So you have to swim across the storm and make a difference. So just keep paddling out there, just keep moving out there. And I'm sure, ladies and gentlemen, you will certainly reach your destination. So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for this opportunity that's given to me and my director. It's an honor once again to be here. That's all from me. All the best to all of you out there. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Kamal. Let us give a big round of applause for Dr. Kamal for his enlightening presentations. And now we come into the second plenary keynote speakers. We have Dr. Melianti here, who will present the Dr. Rahmadi Widiharto's presentation with the title of Numeracy Policy and Programs in the Directorate for Basic Education Teachers in Indonesia. And without further ado, the screens and the floors is yours now, Dr. Mali.
Thank you, Ibu Dr. Farida. Honorable, the Head of Professional Development Center for Education in Special Region of Yogyakarta, Dr. Adi Wijaya. Honorable, the Head of Center for Quality Assurance Development of Professional Education in Art and Culture, who is represented by Mr. Mas Dufan Budianto. Honorable, the Head of Education Quality Assurance Center in Special Region of Yogyakarta, who is represented by Dr. Arwan Rifai. Honorable, the invited guests from SEAMEO Center Indonesia. Honorable, the prominent keynote speaker, moderator, presenters, and also participants, ladies and gentlemen. And Their Excellencies, Director of SEAMEO Regional Center for QITEP in Mathematics, Dr. Sumarjono, and also Deputy Director for Program, Dr. Farida. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Rahayu. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for having me today. First of all, on behalf of our director, Dr. Rahmadi Widiharto, MA, I'm delighted to be here to talk to you about the numeracy policy and best practices from the Ministry of Education, Research, Culture, and Technology in Indonesia. Before I start my presentation, let me start the story about my own story. Our first speaker mentioned about it is start from the home. So what I want to talk today is my experience as a parent for 3 children at home. So I have 3 children, one a daughter and 2 boys. They have many different characteristics and also competencies. My first daughter likes fashion and also drawings. And my second children, boys, feel like I think he is very good in every subject in the school. And then my younger children, he always like the real thing that we always tell to him. Okay, why I tell this story? Because it will relate to my presentation. Based on this background and the real story here, we know that every children have different interests. So this is very important because I see here many teachers in here, and also not a teacher, so maybe principal, and then maybe Widya Iswara also, and also a parent of the children. So when before we sleep in night, we always tell a story to our children. Is it not always about the subject of the material or subject at the school, but also any other story? When we ask about the mathematics or numeracy, there are different thinking each other. So when I teach, when I try to tell the story about fashion with my first daughter, we always said that fashion is not always drawing, but is it about measure? How you measure the dress, how you measure the body, and etc. So I think this is a kind of including in numeracy as well. I'm not expert in numeracy and mathematics. I haven't a background in mathematics and numeracy as well. Even when I was a primary school, I always afraid with the teacher who teach mathematics. So that's why I really want to tell this to you in all the participants here. So, okay, we start with some general information. May I have the PowerPoint? Or I just talk. I have already sent the, no? Okay, let me start again. Let me continue again. Okay, when I work in the Ministry of Education, Research and Culture, Culture, Research and Technology here, I learned many things here. Not only about the numeracy and also literacy. We in this ministry now encourage people to learn more about the literacy and numeracy. I hear from the one speaker, I forgot, maybe Mr. Suhada tell us that literacy and numeracy is linked. So if we know about the literacy, we can create our thinking, critical thinking from not when we already grow up, but also from babies. Some of the teacher here is join with us with the micro-credential programs. They learn about how create critical thinking from the early childhood. Okay, and then so should I continue or I? Okay. Okay, I will read again my director presentation. Actually, the first slide we will talk about general information. In Ministry of Education, Culture, Research, and Technology. Okay. As Ibu Dr. Farida said that I will talk about numeracy policy and best practice in the Ministry of Education, Research, and Technology. Let me start with some general information. Okay. Ministry of Education, Culture, Research, and Technology has put effort into improving student numeracy skill. Teacher teach their students. So it is essential to enhance teacher skill in numeracy. When the teacher skill is improved, we hope teacher can also improve student skill in numeracy. We are concerned about the minimum competency assessment or AQM result for literacy and numeracy. As maybe everyone know, the results were not satisfactory yet. Okay, therefore our directorate has initiated program to support teachers in improving their numeracy skill and practice also. As a result, a literacy and numeracy framework for primary school teacher and numeracy program for teacher has developed. Next slide. Okay. Numeracy competency for teacher is the ability to assist, use, interpret, and communicate information and mathematical ideas in various situations. So I think this is very important. If we move to the next slide. Next slide, please. Okay. There are 2 points that I will discuss. First is about numeracy framework for primary school teacher, and second best practice for numeracy programs. We divided the numeracy framework into 2 kinds, which is self-assessment test on numeracy and also numeracy module for primary school teacher. And then best practice in the numeracy program is we already have done Math City Maps training and also micro-credential on numeracy, which collaborate with the Monash University. I don't know, maybe some teacher here or join with the micro-credential program in numeracy. Can you raise hand? Bapak? Okay, only one. Okay, thank you, Pak. Let me continue again. Okay. Math City Map is a project that combines the idea of math trial with the possibilities of smartphones. So when they learn about Math City Map, they can use the mobile phone to learn about numeracy. As a result, teacher and student can learn math inside and outside the class, which align with the Ministry Technology Learning Program. Moreover, our Directorate General has collaborated with LPDP, Lembaga Pengelola Dana Pendidikan, the institution under Finance Ministry that give funding for education. We encourage teachers to register in micro-credential for numeracy program at Monash University. We targeted this year, they can learn in Monash University. And then, in 2021, we focus on brainstorming, developing, and reviewing. And this year, in 2022, we have published and disseminated framework on literacy and numeracy. We have done webinar to share the literacy and numeracy framework. This webinar can access in the Directorate for Basic Education Teacher, and you can see in the YouTube channel. Furthermore, we will develop self-assessment and develop module for numeracy. It is not a will, but we already developed the self-assessment and develop module, and it will be done soon. Next slide. Okay. Our Directorate General Head Regulation, we call Perdirjen ya, Direktorat Jenderal Guru dan Tenaga Kependidikan policy. the policy is about the framework of the literacy and numeracy number 0340 BHK 01 03 22 2022. So this framework, this policy can be accessed in the link as mentioned in this presentation, or you can find in the Google. So just type about kerangka literasi literasi and numerasi. Okay. Next slide is about the numeracy framework on numeracy. Next slide, please. Okay. No. Okay. This is the framework of numeracy. They are professional knowledge and then professional self-development and also professional practice. So in this framework, we hope the teacher can have three kinds of this point: professional knowledge, professional self-development, and also professional practice. In professional knowledge, our target is student can have experience. Can you please next? Yeah. Our target is student can have experience on numeracy outside the school, and then at the numeracy itself, we describe about numeracy attribute and also differences in with mathematics, and also there are process, content, and context. And we teach about the relationship between relationship among math topic and other subjects. So maths is not only math, but we can combine with the other subject, as well as when we teach literacy, it can be combined with the other subject. Next, about the professional knowledge student. Yeah, student who live near in the city and or in a rural area maybe have different numeracy experience. And students who get used to shop in market or store might have known more about money and its transaction. Okay, let me back again with my story. I live in the city at Depok City in West Java. So there are many shopping malls. So my daughter know about the shopping mall. But when I go to another island, for example, Sumbawa, they don't know even and they don't know the train. So I think teacher need to collaborate with their own specific how to say specific culture to teach numeracy. Okay, and then if we continue again, there are personal practice here. Please next slide. Okay, there are 4 points that we will discuss. Is about learning environment, planning, teaching and learning, and also assessment. Each of the variable we can see in the slide, yeah, it's meant to enhance students to become independent thinking, to take risks, and also to do a risk investigation. And planning is to use the intertwining of mathematics and other subjects, and teaching and learning the use representation of mathematical idea, and also assessment is for student strategy and different answer. In the next slide, we are talking about the teacher utility presentation of mathematical idea in the teaching and learning. So, and then also student measurement and make graph or the table. Okay. We can see from Indonesia report that 73% students from 216 schools are below level the numeracy level. So it means that government still has homework for numeracy subject. Therefore, government needs collaboration with many stakeholders to support teachers to teach a better understanding of numeracy subject. To kind best practice that already implement in our ministry is like I said before, Math City Map and also micro credential program. There is 221 teachers participate on this training on the Math City Map program, and also there are um, 2022 teacher who joined with the micro-credential numerasi at Monash University. We also already have a book chapter. The book chapter will be published soon. And the other things is about we have also have collaboration with the campus mengajar or college student to go to school. This college student learn from guru belajar dan berbagi, teaching, learning, and share application. They learn the material independently, and also there is a webinar session for them. This event was facilitated by campus mengajar. Okay. Furthermore, the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research, and Technology has developed a new digital platform, which is called Platform Merdeka Mengajar, or Freedom for Learning, or we call PMM. In this platform, there is many menu, There is a menu that can help teacher learn independently, and also they can share the knowledge with other teacher. Therefore, we would be pleased if any participant in this seminar could contribute to PMM. Okay, lastly, because my time is limited, lastly, I would like to thank everyone who always support us in enhancing our education, especially numerasi. Some of them is Mr. Wahid, Mr. Diki, Mr. Yoga, and then Ibu Umul at the back. Okay, thank you very much for your contribution. And I would like to say thank you very much and have happy or enjoy your symposium. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Malianti, for the very insightful presentation. So, ladies and gentlemen, and all distinguished participants, let me have a short conclusion for our plenary session today. As the Southeast Asian nations, or as the Southeast Asian countries seem still in the same boat, of course, except Singapore, related to the literacy, the competency of the students. So the SEAMEO Secretariat has initiated the program of Southeast Asia Primary Learning Metrics for helping some of Southeast Asian countries to leverage the student achievement in literacy. And at the same time, also Indonesia, the government of Indonesia has present all the efforts to leverage the literacy of our students through various programs mentioned by Dr. Melly, such as micro-credentials for the teachers, and also MedCityMap programs, which SEACIM's also involved in this promoting the MedCityMap programs. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's our first plenary session today. We hope that you enjoy and have the enlightened moment in the session. We got so many informations related to how leveraging the literacy and numeracy here in Southeast Asian country. So thank you for your kind attentions and have a nice symposiums. Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Farida Nur Hasana, for leading the plenary session, and thank you for Dr. Kamaleswaran Jayaraja and Dr. Melianti for the insightful presentation. Please give a big applause once again.
Now we kindly invite the Director of SEACIM, Dr. Sumardiono, to present the token appreciation and certificates on stage. We also invite Dr. Meli and Dr. Farida to receive the token appreciation and certificates.
The first, we will virtually present the certificate for Dr. Kamaleswaran Jayaraja as a plenary speaker in this symposium. Thank you, Dr. Kamaleswaran Jayaraja, for delivering the plenary session entitled Children's Learning in 6 Southeast Asia based on the CPLM 2019 Assessment, Mathematical Literacy. Yes. Please give a big applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Dr. Sumardiono, to hand over the certificate and token appreciation to Dr. Meli and Dr. Farida.
Once again, thank you for Dr. Jaya Raja, Dr. Melianti, Dr. Farida, and Dr. Sumardiono. You may return to your seat.
Ladies and gentlemen, I started the keynote session 1. We will have 2 keynote speakers who join virtually through Zoom platform. And this session will be led by the moderator who joined us on site at Ki Hajar Dewantara Hall. We cordially invite Dr. Aryadi Wijaya.
Distinguished participants, before we start the keynote session, allow me to read the moderator's short biography. Dr. Aryadi Wijaya is a lecturer in mathematics education at Yogyakarta State University. He was born in Banjarnegara, Central Java. He obtained his master's degree from Utrecht University in 2008 before graduating with doctoral degree from the same university in 2014. His research interests mainly cover context-based mathematics tasks, or maybe some people might refer to contextual problems or realistic problem, creative thinking and modeling in mathematics education. For Dr. Aryadi, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Bismillah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning to everyone. The Honorable, the Head of Balai Besar Guru Penggerak, Daerah Yogyakarta, Dr. Adi Wijaya, the Honorable Director of SEAMEO QITEP in Mathematics, Dr. Sumaryono, the Honorable Dr. Diki Susanto as the speaker today, and also all distinguished participants. Now, welcome to the first keynote session. Before I invite the speakers to come to the stage, please let me read the protocol for Q&A session. The session will last for 1 hour, including the presentation of the keynote speakers and also the Q&A session. The Q&A session will last for 10 minutes approximately. And for about the Q&A session for our online participants, please you can post your question in the chat box in the chat room. Please type your name _ the keynote speaker _ question. You can type it anytime you want, and then we will select several questions from the chat box. And then for the offline participants, you can simply just raise your hand and we will invite you to directly post your question. Okay, thank you very much. That's the protocol for Q&A session. And now I would like to introduce our excellent speakers today. The first speaker is Mr. Dave Taut. He's a senior research fellow in numeracy and mathematics at Australian Council for Educational Research. It's very well-known organization, sure. He has worked across secondary schools, adult vocational education and training, And also, he has a wide experience at a state, national, and even international level in research curriculum development. He has been involved in international numeracy mathematics assessments, including the OECD's PISAs and also PIAC, the Program for the International Assessment of Adult Competencies. And he is currently the chair of the numeracy expert group for PIAC. And then the second speaker is Mr. Diki Susanto. Good morning, Mr. Diki. He's the head of instructional design at Calvin Institute of Technology, Jakarta. He got his master and doctorate degree from Boston Universities in the field of curriculum and instruction, in particularly in the field of mathematics education. And he has been actively involved in various numeracy initiatives held by the Indonesian Ministry of Education, such as the development of numeracy guidelines and modules, the AKM frameworks, and also the new numeracy professional standard for primary teachers. And I would like to invite Mr. Diki Susanto to come to the stage. Please give applause to Mr. Diki. Okay, due to our limited time, so let's directly move to our first keynote speakers. Mr. Dev Todd, is my voice clear enough for you? Okay, okay, I can see you. Can you please, let's check your audio.
Yes, I can hear you very well. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr.
Yes, it's really clear.
Cool.
Ready for the presentation?
Yep, I can share my screen.
Okay. Yeah, we can see your screen now.
There we go.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. So, Mr. Dev Todd, you have 25 minutes for your presentations, and now the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And thank you, everybody, all participants, distinguished guests. Thank you for the invitation to be here, for me to talk about my passion, which is about numeracy education. So it's always a pleasure, and I feel very privileged to be able to talk to you and share some of my thoughts, I guess, and insights about re-imaging numeracy. So I really like the title of the symposium, because I think we probably do need to have some way of reviewing and reflecting on what we mean by numeracy. And hopefully over my 20-25 minutes, you'll get to understand why I talk about numeracy and mathematics as needing to be equal partners. So briefly about my outline, I always start a lot of my talks about numeracy by sharing, I guess, what I learned from teaching adult numeracy students. And I think that was very significant in my lifetime. I started as a high school maths teacher and taught in Australia and England for a while. And then when I came back to Australia, I ended up starting to teach adult students. And really it was those adult students who has taught me much about what I know today. And I want to share with you what those adult students taught me. And I guess my talk is about, you know, what can we learn from working with adults and youth in numeracy education, and how might that translate into working and what we need to do in schools. So hopefully there'll be some insights from what I'm sharing with you and from my international experience too. So I'm really talking about numeracy from an adult perspective, with the idea of anybody who's working in school education to think about, well, what does that mean for school education? And then I'll share some research about numeracy maths education and how more important it is in the 21st century, talk about re-imaging numeracy and sharing with you some models, and then maybe quickly finishing off with what does that mean for our practice. You'll see here quite a few points about, I mean, what did my adult students teach me that my experiences in being trained as a secondary school maths teacher and working in secondary schools. What did my adult students teach me? Well, first of all, I guess the common thing about all my adult students was that they all didn't like mathematics, you know, and they suffered from maths anxiety. So you had to actually take particular perspective on how important mathematics was and how you talk to your students. The other thing was that they didn't have the ability to connect their school maths to their lives outside the classroom. And the other thing that really fascinated me was that they weren't really interested in when were we going to use this mathematics, which is often what school kids will ask you, why are we learning this, sir? But they actually wanted to know why and how mathematics worked. So there was this, they wanted to find out, well, why do we use X and what does X mean, you know, in terms of algebra? So it was really interesting that my adult students wanted to know about how mathematics worked, partly to prove that they actually could do mathematics. They had gaps. They knew some things in maths and not others. They couldn't connect between the different areas of mathematics. And I guess the other surprising thing to me, maybe it shouldn't have been surprising, was that they didn't see mathematics in the way that I saw mathematics. So as a mathematics teacher, I saw mathematics in a particular way, and I was successful at learning mathematics at school. But these adult students didn't see mathematics in the same way. So it taught me a lot about how I needed to teach mathematics. The other surprising thing that my students taught me, and some of the speakers already have mentioned this, is the connections between numeracy and mathematics and language and literacy. And that often a lot of the stumbling blocks that my students had were caused by issues with literacy and language. So those experiences in those many, many years of teaching adult students in different providers taught me more about how important mathematics was for all of our students, 100% of them, not just for the 25% who do really well in mathematics, but that all students and all adults actually need to have an understanding of numeracy and mathematics. And so it taught me about having to rethink how I taught mathematics. So what is numeracy from an adult or a youth perspective? And to me, I can't walk around the world without noticing mathematics everywhere. And there's a few images on the screen. It doesn't matter whether you're walking around a shopping mall, whether you're driving, whether you're cooking, whether you're making clothes, whether you're driving a car, you're at the market, or whether you're playing sport. And that all of those activities require some mathematical understanding. And to me, that's what numeracy is. It's about using mathematics in your lives. And our life is full of mathematics. And of course, over the last 3 years with COVID, we have been bombarded with more and more data and more mathematics. So in terms of our health and well-being, medication and all of that, mathematics underpins a lot of that ability to be able to comprehend, interpret, and use medication, understand what the doctor's telling us. And I've been very privileged over the years to have worked in Australia in a lot of different workplaces. I've also been very privileged to have worked through ACR in Indonesia, and I was there in 2016 and 17 working on some projects. And while I was there, my partner came with me and we visited Borobudur. And one morning we got up and this photo was taken just outside of where we were staying. And there were 3 people in the rice fields and obviously talking away. They had a tape measure. There was a lot of talking, negotiating, measuring that went on. And 2 days later, that all of the fully grown rice had been picked and cropped and bagged and taken down the side of where we were staying. So of course, because I'm a maths person, I was thinking, what were they doing? What happened in that interaction? And so those 3 people were doing a whole pile of mathematics. They were measuring, obviously, they were doing calculations, presumably they were working out area. They knew something about how much rice they would get per square meter or whatever the measurements were. They were estimating, they were rounding, they were probably negotiating about how much money it might cost. And certainly they were talking. There was a lot of communication going on, no pen and paper, no calculators. And there was therefore a lot of, understanding of mathematics between those 3 people. So I think it doesn't matter what we do in our lives and how we do it, there is mathematics involved. And through some other work I've been doing in different workplaces, this is an example of if you are spraying pesticides or chemicals on a farm, the sorts of calculations you have to do in order to work out how much chemical you put in the tank that is going to be sprayed onto the whatever it is you're growing. And you can see the things that I've highlighted in red there. There are mathematical formulae. That is, even high-level mathematics is required in agriculture if you're going to, grow crops efficiently and care about the environment. And the other thing I'd like to point out is each of those formula that I have put in red don't use what I'd call algebra, because people don't like mathematics. So if you go to a workplace, they will avoid mathematics. And so I would say, as a maths person, that would be much easier to comprehend if we use what we call pronumerals. So my experiences in workplaces is that they avoid the world of mathematics because of that disconnect between their own belief about their own ability in mathematics and how we use it in the outside world. And of course, these days they spray crops using drones. So there's a whole other level of mathematics that's used in agriculture as technology advances. I also collect cartoons, so you can see that one about mathematics. And if you get the decimal point in the wrong place, then of course there are consequences in the workplace, as there are in health. I have very many anecdotes and stories about how making mistakes in mathematics has significant consequences to people. And to me, you know, it doesn't matter what the area of mathematics is, you will find examples in the real world, where you have to use that mathematics, like algebra, for example. So it could be number and algebra, it might be about space and shape, it might be chance and data, and it might be about measurement. But we use all of them. And I think the other important message I like to argue about numeracy is it isn't just about numbers and arithmetic. So there is this belief that numeracy just equals low-level mathematics. And I guess one of the important things I'd like to argue is that numeracy is about using and applying the whole range of mathematics that we teach in schools. So I think we need to re-image numeracy so that we have this broader concept of what numeracy is, and then think about what that means for how we teach. And it doesn't matter what you read these days, I'll share a little bit of research, that increasingly, I think, people in their lives, whether they're young people or adults, need more and more understanding of mathematics and big data in order to survive in the world as individuals or as citizens or as workers. That's undisputed, I think. I'll share with you a little bit of research from Australia. There was a project that I was on the reference committee for. It was undertaken by the Australian Association of Maths Teachers and funded by the Office of the Chief Scientist in Australia, and it was done in conjunction with the Australian Industry Group. And what they did is they got 12 maths teachers from around Australia to go and shadow workers in 12 different workplaces around Australia. And in all of those companies, everybody said from the business perspective that mathematics was really, really important, and that was increasingly important. And partly because of innovations, technology, and quality and continuous improvement. If you want to see the report, if I assume people will be able to access the PowerPoint afterwards, the link to the report so you can download it is available. And what they said about the level of mathematics, that it wasn't just basic mathematics, it was a whole range of mathematics. And it was that they were required to use it in a problem-solving way, and that it was quite high level and complicated, the problem solving that was required. And the mathematics wasn't just, again, arithmetic. One of the other conclusions one of the teachers made was that one of the most interesting aspects of the project was that the relationship between workplace math skills and school mathematics could be described as distant at best. So I think we need to be aware of that. So I think we do need to re-image numeracy. And if anybody has read any of Celia Hoyle's work from the United Kingdom, she's done a lot of work based on how mathematics is used in the workplace. In fact, most of the research about adult numeracy is based in workplace practices. I think we need to do more about adults and numeracy generally. She framed the word techno-mathematical literacy. I would say that's part of what I would see as numeracy. That is this interaction between the world of mathematics and technology. And that's what drives many workplaces these days. As an example, this is an Australian research. It's very accessible. Again, the link is there if people want to download it. but this was about what workplaces now require of people when they're entering the workplace, young people. And I like this framework. You'll see that it's about being a learner, it's about solving problems, about thinking critically, and they all these days name mathematics skills as being required, but you need to be able to communicate and talk about it. And they also here talked about an entrepreneurial mindset. To me, numeracy in this re-image version of numeracy covers most of those things. That is, you need to be able to solve problems, think critically, be a learner, be able to communicate, and, you know, be smart about what you're doing. And again, because I've been involved in both PISA and PIEC, I didn't know when I started my career as a maths teacher that I would end up working on such big international projects, but I spent about 5 years at ACR working on PISA when mathematical literacy was a major domain back in 2012. And then I've been involved in the adult equivalent survey since 1998. But in a report that I wrote, it doesn't matter how you interpret the data from PIEC or PISA, I think there's a lot of arguments to say that numeracy counts at least as much as literacy. And I think often literacy gets a lot of attention, but numeracy sometimes doesn't get as much attention. And it was really nice to hear the earlier speakers talking about supporting numeracy, because I think that's really, really critical. And here's a couple of, if we're going to re-image numeracy, here's a couple of definitions. Here's the one that we're currently using for the survey of adult skills in numeracy, that numeracy is about accessing, using and reasoning critically with mathematical content, information and ideas. And it's about using those in your adult life. And the PISA one is a little bit more eloquent, but saying basically the same thing. And the things that I'd like to point out that I've bolded there is that each of these descriptions of numeracy or mathematical literacy, again, I've written and compared mathematical literacy and numeracy. I think they're basically assessing the same thing. I think with PISA, they didn't want to call it numeracy because people often think numeracy is low-level skills. But it's about the fact that you do have to be able to use mathematics and problem solve. That's what's common in all of these. And more we're talking about the ability to reason and to think critically. So what is a re-imaged numeracy? I mean, to me, numeracy is about using and applying mathematics that's embedded in the context. It focuses on problem solving, reasoning, and thinking critically. To me, it's the bridge between mathematics and the real world. And often that's a way of engaging students, is to let them start with the real world with something that's of interest to them, whether it be sport, if they're older, getting their driver's license, or getting work, shopping, you know, listening to music, playing music. And it's about starting with the context, not starting with the mathematics necessarily. And it's about making meaning of mathematics. And mathematics is important. And I argue that you can't be numerate unless you know some mathematics. So this is all about re-imaging numeracy. So I guess one of the key points I want to make is you need to know some mathematics to be numerate. Both mathematics and numeracy are critical. And we need to therefore explicitly teach both mathematics, and we need to explicitly teach this thing called numeracy. Now, it's not new. I was very privileged to meet Lin. He died a few years ago. But Lin wrote this back in 2001, that numeracy is not the same as mathematics, nor is it an alternative to mathematics. Today, students need both mathematics and numeracy, whereas mathematics asks students to rise above context. Quantitative literacy is anchored in real data that reflect engagement with life's diverse contexts and situations. So I can't write as eloquently as Lin could. If you haven't ever read any of Lin Steen's articles and papers, you'll notice that this was published through the Singapore Association of Maths Educators. His various papers on the shoulders of giants was a good compilation that he oversaw. Very eloquent, and a much better writer than I was. But he said this back in 2001. So what I'm saying today, he said 20 years ago now. And Gravemeyer from the Netherlands, I know Dr. Arida, studied at Utrecht. I've been to Utrecht, so I'm sure you've read much of this sort of work, and that often in schools we're still, I think, avoiding that issue of connecting the mathematics in our classrooms with the world outside the classrooms. And to me, that's what numeracy is, no matter how old the students are. But there are models around. If you look at PISA and the way it's framed, its mathematical literacy, it's this thing, start with a real world context. You have to transpose the real world context in a mathematical problem. You have to use your mathematical skills to solve the problem. You should then interpret and reflect on it, and then go back to the problem to make sure it all makes sense. But that you need mathematical concepts, knowledge, and skills. So we have some models there to drive how we are portraying numeracy, and therefore what it means for our teaching and our teaching practices. And again, if you haven't seen this, is Australian, some colleagues, Marilyn and Vince. This is their model. If you haven't seen this, I'm sure many of you will have. It's a really great model, I think, for representing this construct of numeracy in the 21st century. And again, you'll see at the bottom of the triangle is we need some mathematical knowledge, but then there are the different contexts, the personal or social, the citizenship as being a citizen, part of our community, and also we need it for work. And that you've got your dispositions, that is how confident you are about mathematics, how flexible you can be. You need to be able to use the tools, whether they're physical or whether they're digital. And then you need those things like your problem solving and your ability to estimate, as well as the knowledge and skills of mathematics. And you'll see down the bottom left, Vince and Marilyn inserted critical orientation. And I know Dickie's going to mention that in the next talk. So I'm really interested in listening to what you have to say, Dickie. So I think it's about this, having this critical ability, but you need to know mathematics in order to think critically with mathematics. And to me, I'd like to say what numeracy isn't. People often think numeracy is doing lots and lots of boring sums. Maybe you need to be able to do those sums, but I don't know that we want to give, however, 25 sums, bore students to death. Nor do we want made up, manufactured word problems. I think they're quite dangerous. If you talk to any farmer, they would just say, well, I'll count the cows and the chickens. Why on earth would you count the legs and the head separately? It's an absolute nonsense to have a problem like that. So much so that you can actually find cards or postcards on the internet that are rude about maths word problems. So we have this issue with the perception of what mathematics is, that people can make jokes about maths word problems. So it's not about maths word problems. How am I going for time? Am I right? A minute or so? Yeah. Some colleagues in Europe mainly that I wrote a paper with in 2020, where we reviewed the state of adult numeracy education, basically arguing that we believe that you can learn a lot by looking at adults and adult numeracy. And I guess I've been trying to share some of those insights with you. But in that paper, we actually came up with the idea of, well, we talk about different literacies, mathematical literacy, we talk about health literacy, digital literacy, a whole range of literacies. Why not now start talking about different numeracies? So we have digital numeracy, financial numeracy, because I believe that the problem with literacies is that we often avoid the world of mathematics because people don't like mathematics. They're anxious about mathematics. And I know in PISA financial literacy, one of the biggest challenges in developing, as I sat next to the person who was overseeing the development of PISA financial literacy, was they were trying to write questions that didn't require any mathematical skills or knowledge because they didn't want to be dependent on mathematics. And that's just, to me, that's a bit silly, because how can you be financially literate if you don't actually know about mathematics? So maybe we should be calling them numeracies and different numeracies rather than just literacies. So I'll quickly go through these. So what does it mean? I think we need to name and make numeracy in the maths explicit. And the starting point to me is the context. We need to be able to work with students to know that they can meet numeracy, whether it be in a rural area or a city area, and use the mathematics that are relevant to that particular problem. They need to then select which ones are of interest that I'm just been talking about. You need to take your learners out into the real world and bring the real world into the maths classroom. We need to emphasize and teach the problem solving cycle. We need to identify and name the maths that's required. And it's about not, I think a lot of the maths that we teach is about it's just in case they might need it. If you start with the context, then you're learning maths because you actually need it at that point in time. We need to teach how the mathematics work. So teaching mathematics well is still critical. But I guess one of my points would be to take this aspect of what we can learn from adults is that you start with the real world context rather than start with the maths content. If we teach them the maths content, then they know that that's the maths they're going to apply in the problem. Whereas if you start with the real world, you don't know what mathematics you're going to have to need to solve the problem. And that's part of the problem solving cycle.
Excuse me, Mr. Todd, you have 2 minutes left.
All right, I'm nearly there. So very good, thank you. As an example, I was involved in writing some new curriculum that's only being released in Victoria as of next year. And you can see that the framework that's being used in the curriculum is based on this approach and belief. You start with a numeracy in a context, and we named, you'll see there's 6 named. The second outcome that has to be met in the curriculum is going through explicitly and getting evidence about the problem solving cycle. And the third outcome is using different technologies and different analog tools, underpinned at the bottom by different 8 areas of study. And you match the area of study to the context, depending on what the context is and what mathematics it requires. So again, flexibility. So my last slide. So in terms of re-imaging numeracy, I just believe passionately now from my adult students that numeracy counts. And it's what matters for people, young and old, in their lives. And therefore mathematics counts because you need to know and understand how mathematics works in order to be numerate. And so, as I had in the title of my presentation, numeracy and mathematics should be equal partners in education. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ronald. Please give a big applause to Mr. Todd.
Thank you.
What a great time management. You just finished in time. Thank you, Mr. Todd, for your insightful presentation about the coexistence of mathematics and numeracy. Once again, I would like to remind our online participant that you could type your question in the chat box. Anytime you can post your question. And now we move to our second keynote speakers, Mr. Diki Susanto. He will deliver his speech about imaging numeracy through a critical orientation lens. Mr. Diki, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. And first of all, I'd like to express my gratitude for being invited in as a keynote speaker for this symposium. Continuing from what Dave has talked about reimaging numeracy, I will be talking about from a critical orientation lens. So we all know that numeracy has become more and more of concern in a lot of countries, and especially particularly in our context in Indonesia. Next slide. As we can see, in the past few years, there has been several initiatives from the Ministry of Education. Next slide. Next slide, please. Okay, it's not showing up. Oh, okay. Yes. So back in 2000, there was a national literacy movement, or Gerakan Literasi Nasional, and the publication of guidelines for implementing literacy, including. And since then, there have been a lot of guidelines and initiatives that have been conducted in terms of promoting literacy and numeracy in schools, families, and in society. And particularly important in 2021 in Indonesia, we have the change, a huge change from national exam to assessment of the minimum competencies that earlier Dr. Melia has already mentioned about. So from there, we have a really huge shift that's driving numeracy into our education system. And in 2022, there have been a change in regulations about strategic plan, particularly looking at strengthening students' basic competencies in literacy, numeracy, and character development. Earlier also, Dr. Maria mentioned about the development of primary teachers' literacy and numeracy competencies framework, which I was also part of it. And most recently, there has been a huge change also in terms of the entrance exam for the public university. So no longer it is testing the mastery of content, but looking at scholastic test, literacy, and mathematical reasoning. So as we can see, there have been huge initiatives, particularly in our context, that looked at the importance of students developing their numeracy skills. Now, I'd like to show this just to, before we talk about re-imaging, like we need to also first look at what are the images out there about numeracy. So this is sort of like the models that people use to show. So maybe just a quick show of hand who thinks number one is sort of your idea of the relationship between numeracy and mathematics? Or who thinks number two? Or three? Okay, or four? Okay, yeah. So when I showed this to a lot of teachers, I receive a lot of different, like every category, there seems to be some supporters in terms of what they think numeracy. So one of the things that we need to really discuss is it is not something that is simple, and as Dave has mentioned in the earlier session, that it is something that we need to continue to think about, and especially what are the different ideas or conceptions of numeracies out there. Again, this is a contrived model, so it really depends what you understand, what do you mean by mathematics and what do you mean by numeracy. So which is why we're going to use a little bit of time to talk about what are the some of the conceptions that's out there, what are the images out there about numeracy. So in the next slide, we see that there are several variations in terms of, I'm not going to talk about this, but we know that there's numeracy, there's mathematical literacy, there's quantitative literacy, and then there's some differences in their meaning. And some are more like domain specific, such as statistical literacy and others. But we sort of look at the initial conception of numeracy. When we first, numeracy has been taught to be a mirror of literacy. So it is looking at how numeracy, someone who's numerate means developing competencies that sort of mirrors what literacy is. And particularly back in the 80s, Croft look at the basic skills that is required in terms of requirement for personal, civic, and work life. And particularly adding a component of appreciation and understanding the use of mathematical representations in everyday and work life. So with the development of PISA and other international tests, in the next slide, we can see that Steen, earlier already, Dave mentioned about there's a particular look at that numeracy is not just about the application, but also there's different forms of thinking. And also, in addition, Steen added effective attributes such as confidence with mathematics. So as you can see, the idea of numeracy sort of evolved. And in the next slide, we see how PISA used the literacy. And I looked at all the different development. You can continue all four. So from 2000, and there has been some addition when the next one. Yes, so now it involves like formulate, employ, and then finally the 2022, in addition to what have been described in the earlier forms of numeracy, there is, or mathematical literacy, there is the 21st century citizens. So my point here is we can see that our understanding of numeracy evolved as and it may continue to evolve depending how, because again, numeracy talks about mathematics in in the context of our daily lives and how our lives have been changing, especially now with the more and more inclusion of technology. So that becomes part of the 21st century skills that is needed in terms of conducting our daily lives. So, and also I'm going to skip the next slide because Dave already mentioned about this is from the PIAC. So from all these different ideas about literacy and mathematical literacy or numeracy, so these are the two that I'm sure Dave remembered this. This is from his paper in 2015. So there's a convergence of our understanding of numeracy and mathematical literacy. Especially this is particularly referred to the ability of individuals to cope with tasks that are embedded in the real world. And we agree that it is not synonymous to minimal or low level of mathematical knowledge and skills. Now, despite this understanding, we can still see that there are a lot of different ideas that still people have. We know that it is important for teachers to really understand the idea of numeracy because they are the one who make instructional decisions, and in the class, particularly when they are selecting or developing numeric tasks. And unfortunately, in a lot of our document in the policies, it is not particularly clear what we really meant by numeracy. So I think this session, our symposium here is important to really drive our understanding of what numeracy is about. So some of the common perceptions, particularly I find when talking to teachers or during sessions where we have other speakers not from the mathematics, I often overhear or I hear that their understanding of numeracy often looked at as something that's just basic arithmetic facts or procedures. So here's one example that sort of exemplify what a lot of people might think about literacy. So here it says, isn't numeracy the ability people have that allows them to work with numbers easily, like the cashiers who can give change without using the register, not by doing subtraction in their head, but by just knowing all sort of little tricks and shortcuts. Yeah, so unfortunately, despite our effort to really have a better understanding of numeracy, I think a lot of people, particularly in the context of Indonesia, I still find that a lot of people still think of numeracy as just something that you deal with numbers, basic facts, basic operations. And also on the extreme, a lot of teachers may also, especially in the secondary level, that may think that numeracy is just synonymous to formal mathematics, which requiring higher order thinking and the application of mathematics to the real world context. So we have these two common perceptions that among teachers and in the public, in the general public, that we need to deal with. And this is a study, the next slide, conducted in Turkey, where they interviewed secondary teachers, asking them about their conceptions of numeracy. And so these are some of their responses. So some of them think that numeracy is just possessions of mathematical knowledge and skills, or they look at it from a functional perspective, how to apply mathematics in real life, problem solving, thinking, reasoning, argumentation, and particularly the next one is where it is, unfortunately, still a lot of people think that it is an innate ability where you are born with it. Intelligence in mathematics is something that you have it or you don't have it. It refers to conceptual understanding and motivation to learn mathematics. So we see that out there are a lot of conceptualizations of numeracy, and it's just not something that it's clear that, and not very productive in terms of when we want to move forward in developing numeracies in our students. And the teachers themselves are still sort of figuring out what numeracy is about. So the next slide we look at, which is something that in the earlier session already been mentioned about. Numeracy is the knowledge capabilities required to accommodate the mathematical demands of private and public life to participate in society as informed, reflective, and contributing society or citizens. I'm going to just skip that part. So we already looked at the earlier, the model that is being used. So I think this is, as they've mentioned about, this is a very excellent model in terms of trying to combine the different elements from the earlier understanding of numeracy into this particular model. So this model looked at the multifaceted aspect of numeracy in order to elaborate the skills needed to be numerate in the 21st century. And in this model, particularly just a little bit background, it's been developed for teachers. So this is particularly used in terms of mathematics curriculum design or auditing mathematics curriculum design. It's been used for analyzing teachers' attempt for the design for the teaching of numeracy across curriculum. It's been used to map out teachers' learning trajectories in terms of effective numeracy pedagogy, and also looking at the different perspectives that students might have regarding their numeracy learning. So in this model, we see that there is the mathematical knowledge. So according to this model, being numerate means that someone can apply the mathematics, including the concept skills, problem-solving strategies, and also their ability to make rational estimation. And particularly important in this model is the context that is the central of this model. So the context itself involves personal and social, work and citizenship, and the use of representational tools and having particular dispositions. Now, I'm not going to unpack all in detail because of the limitation of time. So particularly my interest is looking at the critical orientation. So I'm going to just skip to the, I don't know which slide it is, but get to the, I think slide 20. Okay, yes. So, so when we look at this model, so the mathematical knowledge is something that we sort of have an idea of what it is: tools, dispositions, and context. But I'm interested in looking at the critical orientation, which sort of where all the other 4 dimensions are embedded in. And for me, when I look at this model, I think that particular dimension really stands out because that makes it quite different from mathematics. The critical orientation aspects requires someone to be able to make judgment and support or challenge arguments in the context where the mathematics is being used or misused. So when we talk about critical orientation, here we want someone who is numerate to be able to be informed whether in a particular context, whether certain mathematical knowledge can be useful, or on the other hand, it might not be useful at all. So it's not just about mathematics. I think what is important here is the message that I want to convey is a lot of times, especially for mathematics teachers, we might tend to be focused a lot on the mathematical knowledge because that's what we do. We are mathematics teachers. That's the focus of our teaching, the knowledge itself. To the point that we sometimes missed in the context of numeracy, that what is particularly important is we want to develop students who are able to critically think in situations whether mathematics can be useful in supporting their decisions or in making judgment. And more importantly, in this aspect, I want to highlight that when we looked at the critical orientation, that sort of brings in all the other elements or all the other dimensions. Now, let's look at an example. I think this is an old example, but I think this is a very good example here. So there is this advertisement about Colgate, and it says that more than 80% of dentists recommend Colgate. Yeah, so, the table's not supposed to show up, but anyway. So when we look at this advertisement, so someone who's not critical in terms of the information provided here might say, okay, that's a product, I'll just buy it. But if we look at the background, okay, you can now show the table. Yes. Yeah. So if we are critical, then we might question, like, what does it mean to be 80%? Like, what's the study? How many doctors, and whether they answer like they can choose only one? Because the study itself looked at dentists, they can answer more than one, right? They can choose more than one product. And from the table, like a simplified version, we can see that it is true that 4 out of 5, in this case, which is 80%, choose Colgate, right? But also same for other products. And it doesn't add up to 100%. So there's a lot of problem, and unless we are critical about it, so we are easily persuaded by this advertisement. So I think being critical is something should be the focus when we teach about numeracy. So particularly in the task development, Geiger and her colleagues study showed that critical orientation is something that is important. Like the teachers acknowledge that it is something important, but unfortunately, not many give them priority when they are designing numeric tests. And also from her study, they found that for the teachers, a lot of them are more easy for them to develop tasks, focusing on the other, incorporating the other dimensions, except for the critical orientations. So what it means here is it is something that is challenging. It is something that is not easy to apply. But at the same time, my argument is that it is something that is actually the heart or essence of what numeracy teaching is about. So in here we see that the mathematics teacher, in a lot of cases when they are developing tasks for numeracy, may just adapt numeracy in terms of in a superficial way. So I have found that teachers, when they implement numeracy in the classroom, what they did was similar to the word problem. They just add word problems to the math, not really seeing if it is something that is realistic or if it is something that actually foster students' critical thinking in the real life. On the other hand, teachers of subjects that we want to numeracy to be across curriculum. So not only is it the responsibility of mathematics teachers, but also teachers of other subjects. But a lot of times they are ones who are not comfortable. Yeah, earlier we have heard that not everyone is comfortable with math. Not everyone is confident in their own mathematical knowledge. So by looking at numeracy as something that not the mathematics itself. So I think that sort of helps alleviates a lot of these problems, despite it is still challenging in terms of looking at the critical aspects. So one study conducted by Lytle, which it was interesting for me because, and I agree with Dave that numeracy is not mathematics. So in his paper, he mentioned about so in the numeracy development task project, right at the beginning of the professional development for teachers to develop tasks, they introduced numeracy as something that is different from mathematics, something that is not the same as mathematics. And actually, according to him, the tension between the numeracy and mathematics, wherein the numeracy stood not beside or inside mathematics. Okay, we can refer back to the initial diagram, the 4 different Venn diagram. So as often is the definitions in our case, but in opposition to it. So instead of introducing numeracy as something that is part of mathematics or something that is that has a close relation to mathematics, he introduced it as something new, something different. And because of that, he claimed that a lot of the participants began to experiment in the context. Now, that made me think that why are a lot of teachers still implement numeracy in a very simplistic way? Yes, just adding word problems, adding a context without really looking at whether the context is realistic, or maybe even just pull some context that's relevant and then more focus on the mathematics itself.
Dr. Diki,
Yes.
1 minute left.
Okay, got it. So my point here is when my reimaging the numeracy, we need to present numeracy as something that is very different from mathematics. And I think using the critical orientation is a place where we can start, instead of focusing on the other components, we start with thinking critically about what situations in real life where we want our students to more critical. So for one example is we are bombarded with a lot of information, a lot of data. We have a lot of use of statistics in public. Now, that can be a starting point where we start to think about how numeracy can be a part of that, where we develop students' critical orientation in such situation that not only involves the mathematics. Of course, the mathematics is part of it because we are talking about numeracy, but more importantly, from a broader perspective. So that brings in, that allows teachers from other than mathematics not to be afraid to jump in and take part in this endeavor about numeracy teaching. So yeah, so in my next slide, yeah. So emphasizing the critical orientation dimension, which serve as the goal of the numeracy, I think teachers can think more freely how the other dimensions can be used to support. And the initial focus of a task through the critical orientation could be a starting point where force us to really rethink about what numeracy is. So in conclusion, I think teachers' conception is important in our developing understanding. And unfortunately, we still have a lot of teachers having different conceptions of numeracy. So it's important for us. I think using the numeracy model can be a very important aspect in improving their understanding. But also the demand of teaching requires not just adding context to math problem, especially in context of numeracy, and emphasizing on critical orientation, despite it being very challenging, may be more fruitful in developing effective numeracy teaching. And finally, we should start introducing numeracy as something that is probably either in a position or something that's very different from what mathematics is normally viewed. Yes, I think that is all I have to say. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Dr. Susanto. Please give applause for Dr. Susanto. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now it's the Q&A session. Due to the limitation of the time, we can only select one question from our online participants. I think it will be okay. The question is from Ms. Dewi Sefrianti. Although the question was posed to Mr. Taut, but I think it's quite general question, so I would also like to address this question to Dr. Susanto as well. The question is about how to develop students' interest towards numeracy. Okay, first I would like to give the floor to Mr. Taut. Okay, please.
Well, thank you for the question. I mean, I guess it seems to me that it's this the key here is to make the numeracy / the mathematics, I don't care, you know, to me, they're both equally important. And I agree with Dickie that the critical orientation is, I think it's highlighted through the numeracy aspects, but you need to be able to do it within mathematics as well. But to me, it's the real world context, which is gives the possible engagement and the purpose for doing some mathematics. Whereas a lot of students won't want to necessarily play with mathematics for the sake of mathematics. Whereas if you take something that they're interested in, and this is the skill of the numeracy and mathematics teacher, is for their group of students is what are they interested in the world, in their lives? And that's going, as we've heard already, that depends on where they live, you know, what their surroundings involve. And therefore, is it sport? I mean, is it, you know, growing things? Is it selling things? Is it playing games? And it's tapping into those interests as the starting point. And then what mathematics is needed in order to play with, if you like, or investigate some of the aspects of that life. And I would then add in, which is, you know, Dickie's approach, is that part of that is trying to have something in there where you actually ask them to be critically reflective of whatever the context, the scenario, the problem is that you might be investigating. But it is about trying to, we can't therefore in a curriculum say everybody is going to learn about, you know, sport as a starting point, because some kids won't be interested in sport. So it's that to me, that's the critical skill in the teacher, is to find out what are my students interested in, making that decision. And then the challenge for the teacher is then to weave into that the mathematics that's needed in order to investigate whatever that particular context is.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Todd. And now, please, Dr. Susanto.
Yeah, I think I agree with Dave, and I just want to add, when we talk about interest, well, if it is something that's affecting you that you'll be interested in, right? So I think find something that whatever task that they do will have an effect. It is something that's close to the students. So I'm sure that will spark their interest because it has a direct benefit or direct effect in their lives.
Thank you, Dr. Susanto. One short question from the offline participant, please, Ibu. The committee, can you pass the microphone, please?
Okay, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, my name is Anissa. I would like to address a question to Dr. Dicky Susanto. It was explained before that the numeracy is a different part from mathematics itself. Something that I realized is something not. I thought it was numeracy is inside the mathematics, but now it's a different part from mathematics itself. So my question is that how do we deal with its real practices in our daily classes, especially in terms of teaching in lower primary grade? Thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa.
Yeah, so let me clarify. When I said it's different in the sense that it doesn't mean that numeracy has nothing to do with mathematics, right? Yeah, so just to clarify. But my point is when we are introducing numeracy, sometimes it's because mathematics is close to our lives. So we might assimilate in a way that numeracy is seen to be kind of just similar to the mathematics. So just to clarify that. So your question was, how do we, can you repeat, sorry?
Deal with the numerous, the different part of mathematics in our in daily classes.
Right, okay. So first of all, I think as teachers, so I was talking from the teacher's point of view when developing the task. So it is important for teachers to really select and develop mathematical tasks, which is part of your instructions. And in doing so, your students will be exposed to various contexts where mathematics are used in that particular area. So I think the key is really teachers need to
be skilled in developing numeracy tasks. And it's not something that's easy. So from the study, Geiger and her colleagues, it is not until like 2 years of professional development until they started to be able to develop mathematical tasks incorporating the critical orientation aspect. A lot of teachers can start with the mathematical knowledge, with the context, but not many were able to really highlight the critical orientation. It took them about 2 years before they were able to do that. But yeah, I think that's something that it's worthwhile to continue to develop in teachers.
Thank you, Dr. Susanto. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize that due to the limitation of the time, we have to close the first keynote session. Let's give big applause again to Mr. Athad and Dr. Susanto. I will not take any conclusion, but I would like to simply highlight that from our both speakers that numeracy goes beyond mathematics because it involves decision-making and judgment. Okay, that's it. Thank you very much. Enjoy the next section. I give the floor back to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Aryadi Wijaya, for chairing the keynote session 1. And thank you for Dev Thought and Dr. Diki Susanto for the informative and insightful presentation. So please once again give a round big applause. Dr. Aryadi and Dr. Diki kindly remain on the stage to receive the certificate and token appreciations. We are delighted to invite the Deputy Director for Program of SEAMEO, Dr. Farida Nurhasana, to hand over the token appreciation to the speaker and moderator.
The first, we will virtually present the certificate for Dave Todd as a keynote speaker in this symposium. Thank you for the insightful presentation entitled Reimaging Numeracy and Math as Equal Partner. Once again, please give a big applause for Dave Talk. Thank you very much, Dave.
Thank you very much for inviting me. It's a privilege. Thank you.
You're welcome, Dave. Then we kindly invite Dr. Farida to hand over the certificate in token appreciation to Dr. Diki and Dr. Aryadi.
Once again, thank you, Dr. Diki Susanto, Dr. Aryadi, and Dr. Farida Nurhasana. You may return to your seat. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the keynote session 2, we will have one keynote speaker who joined virtually via Zoom. That will be led by the moderator who joined us on site at the Ki Hajar Dewantara Hall. We kindly invite Ms. Nur Fitriana to the stage.
Good morning, Ms. Nur Fitriana, and allow me to read your short biography. Ms. Nur Fitriana is an instructional designer in the Directorate of Primary Education at the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology of the Republic of Indonesia. Before pursuing a career at the MOE-CRT, she was a teacher in elementary school in Yogyakarta. Currently, she is actively facilitating schools in project-based learning as part of Merdeka Belajar curriculum, especially in remote areas. And because of her various creativities, she is currently one of the alumni for Honeywell Educators Rocket and Space Center, NASA USA 2018, and for the Australian Award 2021. Please welcome Ms. Nur Fitriana.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Are you still ready? So I feel you like a sleepy noise. Good afternoon to everyone. Welcome. My name is Nur Fitriana. You can call me Fia. And I'm going to say congratulations before we start discussion this afternoon, because all of you were selected to be a participant in offline and online. And welcome to all participants in virtual meeting at Zoom meeting. Congratulations, you will be participant in International Symposium on Mathematics, Education and Innovation. We also welcome your question using Q&A button or chat box. And in the bottom of the Zoom screen, or you can raise hand to our speakers if you have a question, or maybe you can share your best practices or good practices in your university, maybe on in your school. Now, I am very delighted to welcome our speaker, Mr. Kees Hoogland. Is a professor of mathematical and analytical competencies. Welcome to Mr. Kees Hoogland. So we would like to introduce yours. Mr. Kees Hoogland is a professor of mathematical and analytical competencies of professional at the University of Applied Science, Utrecht in the Netherlands. Mr. Kees has worked as mathematics teacher educators, researchers, textbook author, journal editor, and CEO. He was active as a consultant on mathematics and numeracy education in Belarus, Dutch Antilles, Greece, Indonesia, South Africa, Suriname, Mexico, and Denmark. He is also active as a member of the OECD Numeracy Expert Group for the second cycle of PAASG. Good afternoon, Mr. Kees Hoogland. Could you hear my voice clearly?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So for everyone who joined us in the QITEP ballroom, Mr. Kees Hoogland will present the title of Numeracy in Practices. How we will discuss about which competences are needed, which skill needed to be mastered. Yes, right, Mr. Hoogland. And then which disposition are useful, because in numeracy in practices, maybe we as a lecturer maybe or teacher usually is only memorizing the formula to solve the problem, but how to implement the real problem in the daily life, how to be a problem solver, and how to be an independent learner, and how to make a learning process in numeracy to a joyful and meaningful learning. Maybe we can use the digital or digitalization of numeracy. So please welcome Mr. Kees Hoogland. Time is yours. You have 20 minutes for presentation, and after that we have the Q&A session. So please.
Did you say 20 minutes?
Yes, more about the 20 minutes or 30 minutes.
I I thought the last message was 40 minutes, but I will speed up.
Oh,
things.
it's okay. 40 minutes and 20 minutes for Q&A session.
Thank you. I will share my screen now, so we can all join looking at the PowerPoint. That will take a little while, I think. Can you see the PowerPoint now? Can someone acknowledge that?
Yes, you can apply the button.
Do you see the presentation of the PowerPoint now?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's for me a big honor to be invited to this conference to talk about numeracy. But first of all, of course, this message for you. And I'm really happy to speak again to a big group of dedicated Indonesian mathematics educators. I worked very long with a lot of Indonesian mathematics educators, and it is a great joy to do it again. Before I start talking about numeracy and about examples of numeracy and what it is all about and how you can use it, I always like to do a bit to your framework and to your mindset. So for the next 2 minutes, I ask you to clear your head, just relax a bit, and for 2 minutes, there will be some pictures coming by, just quite quickly, but just let them come in. And then after that, I will talk about it, okay? So that was a series of pictures. And normally in a live meeting, I will ask you now what was going on in your mind when you saw all those pictures, what kind of thoughts popped up in your head about those pictures, and what were your ideas when you saw them? And I cannot ask them now, but I've done it before, and most answers go into the direction is maybe if you think about mathematics, a lot of people think about mathematics is something you do at school. But the world around us is completely drenched, filled with numbers, patterns, structures. Everything we have built, every house we built, every factory we built, every shop is completely filled with numbers, patterns, and structures. So if you want to look at mathematics or numeracy, you don't look inside the school, but you look outside, you look around you, and you have to teach children and have to develop it with yourself that mathematics and numeracy is everywhere. What we see is a mathematization of society. It is not only that those numbers are everywhere, but they are used more and more and more to communicate, to show things, to try to persuade people, to try to give information, whatever. So the mathematization of society is going on very rapidly, also because of digitalization and computers. And the mathematization of society, you don't only see it in the situations in everyday life, but you see it also in people. When you read the newspaper, when you have to fill in forms, when you shop, when you do money things, when you sell or buy things. So I think that the mathematization of society is a very strong argument to make mathematics more functional, more connected to the real world, and more useful in everyday life and much better connected. I give you one example. This is in the Netherlands, the COVID-19 dashboard from the Dutch government. The Dutch government communicates through a website with the Dutch people, and this is a page of that. And when I look at this page, I see 80% numeracy information. There are numbers, there are absolute numbers, there are relative numbers, there are factors, there are, it looks like a map of the Netherlands, but it is actually a kind of a graph with densities. So it is very complex and it is very mathematical. But that's the way the government now communicates. 15 years ago, this website would be for 80% language. You started to read in the top left corner, probably 2 columns of text, and that was the kind of information. But nowadays, this is the way how it's communicated. And maybe if you think 30 years ago, there were no websites. So there is a lot going on in the way we communicate with each other. So for me, as a kind of working definition, I say numeracy is how to deal with the quantitative or mathematical aspects of the world around us. And you see, I use numeracy, quantitative, mathematical. I use it a bit, sometimes the one thing and sometimes the other thing, but because for me, it is all the same. It is all the same mathematical cognitions. And if you use it more functional and connected with real life, I think it is wise now to call it numeracy, because I show you later. And of course, if you use mathematics in academic mathematical studies, we call it mathematics. And maybe for the technical stuff, we call it maybe techno-mathematical literacies, or we call it mathematics for applied mathematics or whatever. But it is all, I think, the same cognitive structures. And it is not only about numbers, but it's also the graphs, the diagrams. It is not only calculations, but it is more and more also interpreting and reasoning. Then I say something about basic skills, because there is a lot of, some people think, oh, basic skill mathematics, I know what it is, but maybe it is good to have a bit broader idea about that. for me, basic skill is what you need to cope inclusively, autonomously, and adequately with the world you live in. So it is not a fixed set. Every time frame has its own needs for basic skills of what is relevant and important in that particular time frame. So the basic skills of the 50s are not the basic skills of the 75. The 1975 is not the basic skills of 2000. It's not the basic skills of 2025. Every 10 years, we have to re-identify what are relevant basic skills. And for mathematics, that is strange because some basic skills keep going on even if they lose their relevancy. And I will give you also some examples of that. For instance, the changing over time in the 19th century, that's a long time ago, so more than 200 years ago, basic skills were called reading, writing, arithmetic, the 3 R's. Very technical skills because maybe 80–90% of the people were still illiterate. So people had to learn how to read, how to write, and do some basic number skills. But in the 20th century, we have much more education and mass education. So we don't talk about reading, writing, and arithmetic anymore. We're talking about language and maths. It's much broader and a much bigger scope. And I think in the 21st century, in most policy documents, we talk about now about numeracy, literacy, and digital skills as the cornerstones of basic skills. Especially an integrated approach. If you look at a bank account app, you have to use all those different competences combined to cope with that kind of thing. So that could be an interesting angle also for education. If you measure how it is about that kind of numeracy, you use in daily life, there is the PIAAC assessment. PISA is well known by a lot of people for the 50 years old. PIAAC measures the numeracy, literacy, and digital skills for the working force, adults. And what we see is that too many European citizens, that is an OECD assessment, and we see that too many European citizens lack the necessary competences to deal with that society. And when you look at the numbers, you see that PIAAC has 5 levels, and level 1 and below is associated with having difficulties in daily life when you deal with numbers and with numerous situations. And then you see that in maybe some between, say 10% to 25 or 10% to 30% of the working population has problems in the different countries. The PIAAC assessment is also done in Jakarta, I know, in 2014, I think. And in that assessment, it was clear that from the adults, even 70% of the population lacked the skills to deal functionally with all that kind of numerous situations. So I think that the goal of education should be on that kind of functional mathematics to be more inclusive in society. So when you see over time that it changes, in the 50s, the focus was on basic arithmetic skills because that was the only way you can do calculations. If you want to do a calculations in 1960, you had to do it with pen and paper, making big calculations for all kinds of things. What we see 25 years later, we saw that a lot of context is coming into the mathematics education. 25 later, we saw even more integration with an attempt to integrate it more with the cultural and the societal developments. And Pendidikan Matematika Realistic Indonesia, PMRI, is an example of that, how to put society and context of everyday life in mathematics education. I think now the latest development that is going very quickly because of the digital skills, etc., we see that numeracy is even broader, and you see the datification and the computational literacy, etc. Now as new things, and we really should think about how we can do that in mathematics education. And you see, if you look how people deal with numerate situations in real life, what we see is a lot of more processes than only calculation. We see cognitive processes like interpretation, understanding, estimating, measuring, critical thinking, knowing reference numbers. Those are the cognitive processes that are necessary to deal with those numerate situations. And you hardly see calculations. Of course, calculations are still there and they're still important, but you see also a lot of other cognitive processes needed. And that kind of development we call numeracy as a social practice, and there are very good literature references for that. Sometimes maybe I go a bit fast to the sheets, but the PowerPoint will be available after the meeting, so you can have a look more closely if it goes too fast. We try to develop in 2 European projects, first with 4 countries and now with 11 countries. We try to develop how you can, what you can do to improve numerate behavior, to make them better in those make people better in those numerate situations. The first project was from 2018 to 2021, and we're now in the middle of a project for 2022 to 24 with 11 European countries. But there is also, it is attracting attention from other countries, so I'm invited now to give this kind of presentations in Canada, South America, Africa, Asia, Australia, because a lot of people feel that the traditional mathematics education is maybe a bit the mathematics education of the last century, and we really must think about how we can equip, empower people to deal with that mathematized society. And this is, I think, one of the core concepts we use in that project and in that common European numeracy framework. What we say is, if you really want to improve numerate behavior, you have to acknowledge that there is a combination of content. This is maybe what you know as the typical mathematical stuff: quantity and number, dimension and shape, patterns, relationships and chance, change, data and chance. And those are those mathematical subjects. But I think using tools should be there too. But it is important, if you want to improve numerate behavior, that you always have a context so that it is clear what it is about. How is the connection with reality? And more we see that there is a shift from calculations, which are lower order skills, to higher order skills like interpreting, reasoning, critical thinking, managing situations, analyzing situations, etc. So in real life, you see that people need those higher order skills, and sometimes in education, you still see a focus on the lower order skills. And it's not that you need them first to do that. I think you can start with being critical and start with reasoning at very young age. Of course, you have to adapt it to the age, but you can do all those things for all levels at all ages, because also children, even when they from 1 year old start showing behavior in numerate situations like counting and comparing and dealing with height and measures in units. Another very important part of the aspects that matter to improve numerate behavior is the dispositions. And I think math anxiety is one of the most important things, that if you connect it with real life, if you make it meaningful, if it is about reasoning, you can do also a bit about the math anxiety. Because math anxiety sometimes is very strong in schools, and math anxiety is caused by education. It's caused by education where students only hear right, wrong, right, wrong. And if you are a weak student, you hear wrong, 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 wrong. And if you hear that for 2 years, you develop math anxiety, and it is very important, very difficult to work on a good way on the further mathematical development. So this is a very important sheet for us, and we translated this already in I think 12 or 15 languages. So if someone wants to translate it in the beautiful language of Bahasa Indonesia and send it to me, I will be very happy to post it on our website to see that in all countries you can think about how to connect those aspects of numeric behavior. We also try, I saw even a question in the chat from the last presentation, can you measure all those things and how can we do that? And now we try also in the framework to have a kind of levels for that, so that at every aspect you can say something about how students are. But it is possible that maybe some students are good in connecting with real life, but have a lot of math anxiety, or some are good in calculations and not in higher order skills. So you get a kind of a broader picture of a student. But it is clear, if you have math anxiety and all that, and you don't connect it, and you put a lot of effort only in calculations, sometimes nothing happens because the other things don't kick in. The educational activities are then also more than only doing simple arithmetical tasks, so and doing simple calculations. So educational activities within such an approach deals about numeracy conversations. You have to talk with students about how to connect it with real life. You maybe have to ask them to go home, and if they have already a cell phone, a smartphone, to make pictures of numeracy situations in their home, close to their home, on their way to school, maybe in the situations where the parents work. I know I've been a lot of times in Indonesia. If you look at the little shops and you look at the buying and selling, a lot of numeracy situations. If you are trained to look at it, you see them everywhere, especially in an open society like Indonesia. So the talking about numeracy, counteract math anxiety, talk about it with students, make sure that mathematics is everywhere. You don't have to be afraid of it. It is not from outside. It is not only about being right or wrong, but it is about empowering yourself. I think it works best if the themes you use are also about themes that are important now, like finance and health and climate and COVID and maybe now on other things. So it is really important that you connect it also with the themes that are important for children. And a lot of children are very interested in climate and health, etc. So, and of course, discuss and work on the numbers in the media, in the news, in the advertisements, as you saw. So what you see a lot, if you want to try to develop that numeracy education, is having more thematic courses, more meetings on better trading or educational games or budgeting or cooking. A lot of numeracy behavior is necessary for cooking. And I know that cooking is in Indonesia also a very interesting part, and a lot of people are busy with that, etc. So that kind of educational activities are we trying to develop first with adults, but now more and more also at schools. Kijk, with adult education, it is easy because they understand that it must be functional. At primary school, secondary school, it is sometimes more difficult because we also have the idea that all those old basic skills also must be done, and also must be done first. And then you have a lot of issues with dropouts and math anxiety, etc. What we try to develop also is to make a kind of placemats with all kinds of thematic situations, and you can put them in the classroom, and you can put them on the table, you can talk about it. So it is so important to talk about the connection of mathematics and numeracy with the world around us. It is not difficult because it is everywhere, but you as a teacher must make that connection. You must learn first for yourself, and then with the children or the students to look at the world around you with a numerate view. I want to say, maybe I look at the time, I maybe need some 10 minutes, I think. What we noticed, and I want to say something about that to you, is what we call catastrophic teaching of basic skills. For us, catastrophic teaching of basic skills is you learn them, you teach them to children, the children practice them, you even test them maybe, and you practice some more, and you test some more, and after that, you never use it. That is really terrible. People get very demotivated and alienated and have a loss of meaning if they have to learn something and practice something, and then after that, they never use it. So you have to look in the mathematics education if there are still a lot of skills that you maybe, because of the curriculum, maybe of tradition, or maybe from your own experience with your own school, you are still teaching to children, but they don't use it anymore. And I give you an example of this later. So what you really want in an ideal situation, you teach them a skill, they practice it, and then they use it functionally, preferably everywhere outside the lessons, in other subject matters, in real life situations, etc. Then you have an effective way of education. If you that is what you really want, because you want to work. And nowadays, if you look at mathematical and numeric skills, you see a lot, but you see it also in vocational situations, in specific vocations. In games and digital games, you see a lot of numeracy. In the media, in concrete situations, also with concrete materials, that is where the numeracy and mathematics is. And that maybe to explain it a bit more and better what is happening. Before 1975, there was a big, everywhere in the world, there was a big focus on the basic facts in formal notations, the timetables, etc., were taught everywhere around the world. And that made sense because you needed them very much. If you wanted to do a big calculation with pen and paper, before 1975, it was the only way to do it with pen and paper. There were no other ways. So every calculation, every multiplication, every division had to be done with pen and paper. So you needed all those basic skills, but you use them also. So this was very effective, and everyone did it every day. If you were a bookkeeper, or you were selling or buying things, you have to do those calculations with pen and paper. So it made sense to train that, and they used it, and everyone was very happy. But after 1975 or 1985, 1995, depending on the country, things change quickly. So there is a strange thing going on. You see all those websites and you see all those apps you use on a daily basis. You see Google, where you type in anything you want to know and they give you the answer. So it's very interesting if you type in this in Google. Google thinks you want to, it is an X, it is not a multiplication, it is an X, but Google thinks this person wants to multiply. So I give an answer as if it is a multiplication. And we see, of course, calculators everywhere, not only in Google, but also maybe in a pen or maybe in your smartphone or on your screen or whatever. That is now the real situation. That means that those basic facts is not only the formal basic facts in the times tables you could do, but also you see it in digital games. I think you can broaden it and make it more multiple intelligence to do it also verbally and auditory, and to do it more visual, those timetables, and of course do also the classical ones and the formal notations, but also do those other things because that's the way you see them in society. And are these basic facts still widely used? And that is a big problem. For the large calculations, no one uses pen and paper. Maybe you, because you're a mathematics teacher, maybe some parts in society where there are no calculators whatsoever, but that is really almost getting extinct. It is, we are not doing this anymore, those big calculations with pen and paper. And that could be one of the causes that a lot of children think, if I have to learn that at school, and I never use it, that's a bit of demotivational. I don't understand why I have to learn all those things, and I never see it. I never see it in daily life that people do this. Everyone gets a calculator. So that you think, oh, but can we use a calculator there for everything? But that means that you have to teach children how to use a calculator, how to use it well, how to use it critically, how to use it anyway, how it works, how you can get familiar with it. So if you want to use more calculators, and if you see that they use calculators, you should teach them how to use them well in a responsible way. I know that some people say you have to forbid them, but that places mathematics education outside society. So those basic facts are now used in games, in proportional reasoning, in estimating, in global arithmetic, in order of magnitude. So if you see 6 boxes of 11.95, 6 boxes of €11.95, I think if you want to know it exactly, you use a calculator. But if you want an idea about how much it is nice if you can do by your head 6 times 12. So that kind of things of estimation is still important, that people know, students think 6 times 12, how big that is. So 72 something there in that region. Yeah. So a room of 6.3 by 4.8, you say, oh, it's about 25 square meters. And how you can teach children to do that kind of estimations in the right way should be part of education. And the use of tools, adults use the tools, of course, everywhere in shops, tools, and I mean calculators, etc., are used more and more and more. In society, it is used more and more and more. So we really should have in our education how to use a calculator properly and critically, etc. Okay. So the key message of this presentation was that if you want to cope with this mathematized 21st century society with a lot of digital and technological innovations, 3 basic skills are the cornerstones: is numeracy, literacy, and digital competences. And that will work out only if numeracy, literacy, and digital competences are defined and implemented as multifaceted, holistic concepts. It's not only small tasks, but always making the connection with the human behavior and with the situations in real life. But that means that numeracy in most policy documents need a serious upgrade. And now we try to have developed some ideas and some concepts that we can inform policy, that we can inform education and mathematics education, that if you really want children to be empowered to deal better with the complex society and become more involved inclusively and democratically and critically, that you really want some numeracy education. And that was, I think, I'm not sure how many minutes, but I think 35 or 30 or 35, I don't know. That was in a nutshell what I want to tell to you, and I thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you,
I stop
Mr.
sharing now.
Ah, thank you for Professor Hoagland. And now we are going to the Q&A session. In the chat box, we have 3 questions from the participant joining with us in online or virtual meeting in Zoom. And then the first, maybe I will give the opportunity to everyone joining with us in offline or Ki Hajar Ballroom. So who is want to ask to Mr. Hoagland? Anybody else? Okay, Mr. One. And then the other one, maybe? No, it's only one. Okay, so it's so wonderful, Mr. Kins Hoagland, when you present all about the how can teach the joyful and how the strategy to learn about a numeracy is not about memorizing a formula and difficulties, but how to solve the problem with another way, maybe. So please, the committee help to participant who wants to ask to Mr. Hoagland.
Good morning. Hello. Hello. Thank you. Good morning, Professor Keys. I am Mr. De La Cruz from the Philippines. As we all know, there are what we call the seasoned teachers. These are the teachers who teach in longer years. Now, my question is, what advice can you give those teachers who are hesitant to adopt to the new learnings you have shared with us today? Because actually, sir, what you taught us today is very inspiring and very motivational for us to share to our students. But what can you share to those teachers who are hesitant to adopt to these new learnings? Because they are, their strategies are intact and they are afraid of adapting to this new learning. So what can you share? Thank you, Professor.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, what's your name and where are you from?
Mr. Gian Rafael de la Cruz from the Philippines.
Oh, from Philippines. Are you teacher in the primary or middle school levels?
I've been a teacher in primary, but now I am teaching mathematics and science in secondary.
Okay. So please, Mr. Hoagland, to answer the question.
Yes, thank you for this very interesting question. And of course, this is a very important question because what I presented are ideas how to improve mathematics education to make it more meaningful for students. But the problem of educational change is a completely other problem, of course. And one thing makes it difficult is that most teachers were successful in the other way, in their own experience. They became successful teachers now, so they were used to doing things in that way. And my experience is that discussing is not a good way to change behavior. You can discuss forever. Yes, but this, and yes, but that, and the students don't want it, and it takes more time, and they are not motivated, and the curriculum won't allow it, and the test won't allow it. And so you can discuss it forever with people who really want it or don't want to do it. The only thing to have educational change is to experience things. So what we do is, if we work with teachers, we say, you have your opinions and you have your beliefs. Please try something out. Do something in practice. Talk with your students, for instance, use a kind of PowerPoint with all those images, show it to students and see how they react. Maybe they can make it for themselves. Maybe you can make it at your school. Maybe you can work from there. So start with experiences. Discussing will never change education, but new experiences can change beliefs and can change education. So what we did also in the PMRE is always have pilot schools, situations where you can try out things. So make room to try out things, and that could be a start of change. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hoglund. For the other question in the chat box, I would like to read it from Ms. Septi. The tendency of university students nowadays in solving some calculus integral problems is more likely to use kind of math solver apps. But in my point of view, as a prospective math teacher, student need to comprehend using some techniques or integration. Is that possible that in the future all techniques of the integration will be replaced by the use of those math solver apps? Is it right? So please, Mr. Hoglund.
Yes. Thank you very much for that question too, because that is a very crucial question. This is about integration techniques, and you can understand if you ask me, I say how is that used nowadays in industry? How is it used in factories? How is it used in daily life? Every professional uses the math solver apps. Everyone. Then you can ask, but if you want to, I hear someone talking, but I'm not sure if. Okay. I finished the answer. So I think in real life, every professional who works in industry use the technical tools, the math solver apps, to use all kinds of integration techniques. Now the question is, when you have students, what should you teach them about integration techniques? Now my answer is how do you call it? Use those apps to teach them something about integration techniques. So integrate, don't say there are apps so you don't have to learn it. No, they must learn something about integration techniques. And you can learn a lot about integration techniques when you use those solver apps. You as a teacher should explain to them what is the background of it. How does it work? What is an integration technique? You can maybe a few simple examples, and then you can very quickly go to difficult examples because you have the app. So I'm not someone who says, don't teach it anymore because there is an app. That's nonsense. You have to use the app in your education. And you can have a very interesting education because you can give some simple examples. And then you can do very quickly, very realistic, and very interesting integration techniques to show them how it is used in daily life nowadays in industry, etc., and make that connection. And that would be the point. And what I see nowadays is that at university, then suddenly only the pen and paper old integration techniques are taught. And they get also a negative grade on that. And they go home and they think, what have I learned? I have a negative grade on techniques that no one uses anymore, etc. So you have to teach it, but you have to also integrate in your teaching those new developments and see how you can. And of course, you must also be critical about these apps. What are they exactly doing? As should you be critical on every algorithm that is in those apps. So you really also must try to understand how the app works, in which situations you can use it, in which situations you cannot use it. So that is a bit the idea nowadays. So absolutely not the message, don't do it anymore or something, but use those apps in your education to make it better, richer, more meaningful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. From the Mr. Chief Todd, agree with the question and case respond it. A big challenge is about the practices from through a professional learning program that are hands on the other teacher, or in my case, get them teach adult numeracy student who will be more challenging and will question them. So the other question from the Mr. Hizam SMAN 8 Batam, Indonesia, what is the important thing among the cognitive process, context, content, disposition, which one is the most important to develop numeracy behavior? So please, Mr. Hoagland.
Yes, I think in the 20th century, a lot of focus was on the content, so the calculations, how to do it with pen and paper. And if you look now in nowadays society, the higher order skills, I think, so the top right corner, the higher order skills are more and more important. So because everyone makes in his life, maybe on daily basis, a lot of numerate decisions. And those numerate decisions needs reasoning, critical reasoning, interpreting, using numbers in reasoning, and not so much calculations anymore. So I think the development towards higher order skills is the most important for the quality of numerate behavior. But that is also a problem because lower order skills are easier to teach, easier to test, and easier to do in final examinations. And if you want to teach higher order skills and you want to test higher order skills, you want to have higher order skills in examinations, still a lot of development must be done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Maybe in the ballroom, you want to share about the best practice or good practices like Mr. Hoagland said. Maybe sometimes we have the same picture, but the teacher give the different question or different keyword to engage the critical thinking and make it a student to be independent learner. It will be, the result is different, is it right? Is it to give the chance a student to be a collaborate is not only we judge the student is, oh, that is true or false. No. So the slide of presentation from Mr. Hoagland said that the math using the exam rapidly or they not increase the knowledge, but make increase the anxiety because you only give the exam from the student. From the other question, from Aceh. You can help the committee, maybe one question from the virtual participant. So I would like to read one question from the Aceh. Yes, Mr. Iqbal, MTSN 9 Aceh Timur, Indonesia. How to improve learner numeracy skill, because it's not only knowledge, Mr. Hoglens, but how to deliver a strategy to make or to engage the student critical thinking, and how to be independent learner, how to collaboration, how to share, so the student can make a confidence and so more powerful, and they can make a decision maker, how to be a problem solver in time, maybe from Mr. Iqbal, MTSN 9 Aceh. So please, Mr. Hoagland.
Yes, that is what we call the $1 million question. You say how to improve it, and we have a very easy answer to that. We won't have this kind of conferences. I think that if you realize as a teacher how connected the things you are doing are with the world around you, that you have students feel that and see that and realize that, you can make a lot of progress, because the best thing to improve mathematics results or numeracy behavior is that students also do it outside the mathematics lesson. Sometimes we see now that students only do mathematics or numeracy within the numeracy and mathematics lessons, but you should try that the things you do, they see it in daily life and they realize it, and if they are in the shop and if they are doing whatever, you must realize, and also students must realize, that everyone in this world, when you wake up in the morning, you make your first numerate decision. You look at the clock, maybe on the wall, or maybe on your alarm, or maybe on your phone, and you make a decision, oh, this is the time, I have to hurry, or I can sleep some more, or I get up now. So people make hundreds of numeracy decisions every day, and if you can make students aware that numeracy and mathematics is so closely connected with everything they do, you can have a lot of progress.
Okay, thank you. Those one who we would like to give a chance to all participants in the KLJ ballroom. Would you like to share your experience, maybe when you teach the numeracy in university, maybe for lecturer or for your student for the teacher? Anybody else? For everyone? No? Enough? Okay. Thank you very much to Mr. Kees Hoagland for the wonderful presentation. We would like to write the conclusion for our discussion this afternoon about the numeracy. How we can teach the joyful and meaningful learning is not only for the student in primary school level, middle school, or the college or university, but how we can find the way to make the joyful learning, so you can give a chance to student to collaborate, and then to be an independent learner, to engage the critical thinking of students. So please open your mind, give a chance, and collaboration is not only you make a research, you collect a data, but you should find a solution and how to make a problem solver, collaboration, discussion with another teacher, with another lecturer, or your friend, your student, what they needed. Not only what you wanted, but what they needed, and you can find the solution. So the numeracy is to be a joyful and meaningful learning. So thank you so much for Mr. Professor Kees Hoagland. So I want to thank you for being our speakers, and we will appreciate for your time. Thank you, Mr. Hoagland.
It was my pleasure.
Thank you, Ms. Fia, for chairing the keynote session, and thank you, Professor Kees Hoagland, for the interesting presentation. Once again, please give a round big applause.
Oh, Mr. Kees Hoagland and Dave Todd, maybe you still joining with us in virtual meeting, and all participants joining with us in online. Maybe could we turn on the all camera or video? We would like to take picture with all speakers like Mr. Dave Todd or Kees Hoagland joining virtual. Can I? Okay. So please, all participants joining in the Zoom meeting, you can turn on the camera. We will, the committee will take a picture with our speakers this afternoon. Feel free to post your picture. So I will to check. Okay. Okay, who's take a picture? Okay, Mas Eko. So feel free, you pose, smile. Everyone joining with us in virtual meeting. 1, 2, 3, cheers. The other slide. 1, 2, 3, cheers. Excellent. So thank you for Mr. Hoagland and Dave Todd for taking a picture. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Nur Fitriana. Please remain on the stage. Well, we are now virtually presenting the certificate for Professor Kees Hoagland as the keynote speaker of this symposium. Thank you very much, Professor Hoagland, for your presentation entitled Numeracy and Practice.
Now we kindly invite the Deputy Director for Administration of SEAMEO Yogyakarta in Mathematics, Dr. Susatyo Widyasmoro, to present the token appreciation and certificates for Ms. Fia. Once again, thank you for Prof. Kees Hoagland, and also thank you for Ms. Nur Fitriana and Dr. Susatyo Widyasmoro. You may return to your seat, and please give a round big applause again to the second keynote session today.
Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we will have a 75 minutes break and continue this symposium at 1:15 p.m. local time or GMT +7. In the next session, we will proceed to the parallel session 1 and 2. Please be mindful of the time as well. We will continue the session on time. For the online attendees, please join the parallel session using the meeting ID and password as shared in the program book. If you need further assistance, please don't hesitate to contact the committee. Thank you.
And for the offline attendees, during this break, we welcome you to visit the exhibition. We have the exhibition booth in the front of the hall that will be available until the end of today's session. And you can directly go to the parallel session room until the end of today's session. And we will see you tomorrow at the same venue for the second agenda for this symposium. Thank you, and we wish you a pleasant rest.
Thank you very much.
I never heard of any. I never. I don't know. It is because I'm in a private sector and I live in computer with the system. So I am selected here. Yeah, I know. Yeah, actually, the but best practice. Actually, the Mr. These are still um, subjects. That's why students are not that, not difficult for them to understand for example, the mathematical terminology. Rather than use mother tongue, which is Tagalog or Filipino, it will be really hard for us to translate because there are terminologies in mathematics which are not translatable into Filipino. So we do use bilingual. We teach it in English or we can use Tagalog, but in combination. But really, I am amazed with the yeah. Because because our second language is part of the curriculum, but not most of the is speak fluent in English. Maybe
Sambil nunggu boleh main HP dulu. Kita break sebentar. Nanti jam terakhir siapa, Nak?